Hey, what's up? Hopefully my mic quality is a little better today. I noticed that during the Mario Party stream, I think the compressor was set up a little intense, I suppose. So hopefully I'll be a little more audible this time. But yeah, Louis Zong released a new jazz album. It's called Pigeon. Singular, Pigeon with an exclamation mark. And it's extremely good. I like it a whole lot, so I'm probably going to listen to it on loop a couple of times before we switch over to my usual music playlist. And while we're listening to that, incidentally, I'm also going to play World of Warcraft. Because I put up a vote, and people voted for World of Warcraft. And I guess I have to get this paladin to max level eventually. Is it a bit loud? Let's turn it down a little bit then. Pow. How about that? What if I turned up the gain on my mic a little bit? Oh, that's maybe a little bit much. Nudge it down a little bit. How about that? Oh wait, nope. Still maxing out. Ah! Nope. Fiddling around with audio settings. Just turn the gain all the way up, what could go wrong? Neither of us want that, believe me. Alright, how am I now? Am I good? Am I not peaking constantly? It's hard to tell, because like, it seems like it would be a bad thing for the audio meter to go all the way into the red, but it kinda seems like the stream overall is considered too quiet if the audio is not going into the red. I don't know, man. I'm no audio engineer. Clearly, that's what I should have gone to school for if this was gonna end up what I do for a living. I've never been particularly incredible at audio shenanigans. It certainly doesn't help that the technical side of audio stuff seems to be super complex. If an English major is streaming, anything is possible. Yeah, but see, the thing is that for a lot of folks that are just like inherently creative, they end up getting degrees that are kind of just, I guess, generic in a way. Not entirely inherent to their actual skills and capabilities. It's like, oh, well, I mean, I'm pretty good at art, but, I mean, why would I get a degree in art? It seems way safer to just, what the fuck? Dan! Thank you very, very much for the additional 5 gift subs. You've been a gift subbing fool, man. Don't spend all your money. Jeez. Still feel like music is a bit on the loud side. I will turn it down a little more. I will try and keep it from going into the yellow. How about that? Yeah, thank you very much, Dan. Anyways, yeah, it's... I feel like a lot of people that have natural creative talent end up taking a safe degree. Just, like, the kind of degree that's just like, yeah, I have a degree. What's your degree in? Philosophy? Sure. You know, it usually ends up being something that interests them to an extent, but not necessarily indicative of what they intend to do with their lives, I guess. Theoretically, you have a 2-year degree in some area of business. Oh boy. Somewhere, somehow. I mean, I have a diploma and a degree with honors in game design and development. And look at me now, Ma. I mean, it's not as though I didn't anticipate this outcome. I mean, to me, like, getting a degree in game design was kind of just a no-brainer, like, what the fuck else am I gonna do with my life, kind of thing. But, I also anticipated, well, probably gonna be pretty hard to get a job if I try and take this route, huh? And it was. Did anybody anticipate the current outcome? Yeah, that's fair. Gotta say. Pretty tough to see this one coming. Oh wait, where's the Spotify widget thingy? Bam, there it is. A Persian. I think this is like the hot new track from Caravan Palace. That's not actually a Caravan Palace song. I mean, this is a way better Caravan Palace song than anything Caravan Palace has put out for the last couple of years. I guess Lotus was okay, but I think that was like 2017 at this point. I don't know. Mr. Zong got a new album. Yeah. God, I love me some Louis tunes. A very, very talented artist that man is. At least I noticed that the Spotify widget wasn't up before someone in chat mentioned it. Which I guess is both a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing that I noticed it all. Bad thing that it was a thing that had to be noticed. March is when My Hero continues. Oh, baby. Insert generic comment about how I want the rabbit lady to crush me with her thighs or something. Is that how people talk horny on the internet? I don't know. I'm just excited for more My Hero. Show rules. Oh, right. I heard tell that Funimation was buying Crunchyroll. And if that's the case, then that might be pretty convenient for me, because currently I have a Funimation subscription going, so I can watch the One Piece dub. The devs from Let This Patch of Progress are doing a remaster of the masterpiece Pharaoh. Oh, is that the city builder that Seth did a video on recently? Yeah. It seems interesting. There's a couple of videos that, or a couple of games that Seth has done videos on that I am interested in trying, but so many of them are just like... The kinds of games that he gets into are the kinds of games that I want to get into, but am never capable of getting into, just because my brain just doesn't jive with the amount of, like, research and knowledge those kinds of games expect you to have. There was one, shoot, what was it? I don't think Seth had done a video on it, but Project Zomboid was a game that I had tried out at a friend's a long-ass time ago. Phone is ringing. It's not someone on my contact list, so I don't care. But Project Zomboid seemed like a pretty neat, kinda one of those open-world survival games. I think the big thing that got me interested in Project Zomboid, though, was seeing that it has a skill system. Because, God, I love games where you can make numbers go up. Wait for the remaster. The 20-year-old version has some quirks. The highest resolution without third-party patches is 800 by 600, if that. Yeah. I mean, that's always the kind of problem that you end up with when it comes to that kind of classic RTS/city builder. Is that getting them to run on modern hardware is a nightmare. I've thought about going back to City Skylines. That was a city builder that I enjoyed a whole hell of a lot, but anytime I think about City Skylines, I get super bummed out about DLC situation. Just how there's so much DLC that is... It's the paradox problem of just like too much DLC with too many good features that it can be tough to just go back to playing the game the exact same way it was before. Got bummed out by the traffic situation in City Skylines. Yeah, that makes sense. I think even without a lot of the DLC, the traffic system is not quite as bad as SimCity 4. I remember SimCity 4 being just awful when it comes to trying to make actually good good traffic layouts. But I've been watching, every now and then I'll watch Monotone Tim just tinker and tootle around with his City Skyline city, and it just looks so cool. It's like, damn, I want to make a city that looks that cool. But it is, like, he has been working on that city for literal years now. So can't really make a one-to-one comparison on that kind of thing. Stuff that should reasonably work IRL don't work at all. You need like 4 mods to sort of fix it. I mean, I feel like you're never going to get an accurate simulation of traffic in a city builder. In a lot of cases, just because it wouldn't be compelling, and it wouldn't, like, create interesting challenges, wouldn't create interesting cityscapes to just make a city that would work in real life. But maybe I'm wrong. It's hard to say. Have you tried NGU Idle? Yeah, I played a lot of NGU Idle. Recently, I even went back to fucking Cookie Clicker. I think I'm finally at the point where I'm done with Cookie Clicker again, though. I have experienced basically all of the content in the game that I had not experienced back when I played it back in the day. Traffic lights are an all-around bad idea in cities. Off-ramps from the highway can even have crosswalks. Ooh. Jeez. But yeah, I think part of the problem that I had with NGU Idle was how much stuff was locked behind the Infinite Tower of Pissed Off Dudes and also the fucking premium currency. It felt like unless you cheated in some of the premium currency, then like there were so many roadblocks that you would just get caught on for so long. That's pretty good. Oh wait, does that have a good stat on it? Yeah, that's cool. Traffic lights IRL, but don't cause a citywide gridlock in a 20,000 population city. I don't know, maybe they do. Have you ever really thought about traffic? Like, what if you just made a city that was nothing but roundabouts in real life? Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that work out great? But yeah, when it comes to games that let me make numbers go up, I enjoy idle games, but it's not necessarily just idle games that I'm looking for, per se. It's like, I like making numbers go up, but I like making numbers go up in the context of a more engaging game, I suppose. Like, the optimal situation is not a game that is purely making numbers go up. It is a game where, like, I have the opportunity to do stuff to make numbers go up, and making numbers go up makes me better at stuff. Just, you know, games with RPG elements, which is most games these days, but there's a lot of games where that process is not compelling. Either because making the numbers go up is such a chore, or you know, there's specific ways that you should make numbers go up, and that is like super blatantly obvious. Like the Fallout games. I love the Fallout games. Well, okay. I love the modern Fallout games. I was never able to go back to the older Fallout games. Just the too clunky. That kind of old CRPG just doesn't jive with me these days, especially after playing stuff like Divinity Original Sin 2, which felt in many ways like the natural evolution of CRPGs, and also just was a really great game. But one problem that I always had with Fallout 3 in New Vegas was you look at how the systems work, and you see, oh, intelligence gives you more skill points per level, so thus, if you do not have maxed out intelligence, then you are losing value on every single level. Well, how do you resolve that? Well, you max out intelligence. Well, no. You bring intelligence to 9 immediately, and then you, like, without leveling up, you gather a ton of money, and then go halfway across the goddamn world in order to go to the place where you can get the permanent boost to your intelligence. So you go get the bobblehead, you go get the cybernetic implant thing. Because if you start out with 10, then that cybernetic upgrade loses value, like, is basically worthless. But if you level up before you get it, and this isn't, you know, this is like, oh, well, that's just min-max stuff. Like, oh, you're gonna lose out on, like, a skill point or two. That doesn't seem so bad. The problem is that the game makes that information so forward-facing that it becomes difficult to make an argument against doing that kind of thing. You know, it's a role-playing game. You could just role-play an imperfect character, but, you know, perfect character or imperfect character, these level ups are significant parts of the game. Like, whenever you level up, the world scales up, you know, varying degrees depending on which game you're playing, but the world will generally scale with your level to a certain extent. So if you are not getting the most value out of every level up, then you end up in these situations where like, you can hit this, like, this range of levels where it's like, you're not quite where you need to be yet, but the world, like, because of, you know, whatever build you may be going for, but the world assumes that you are at a certain point of your progression based on your level. Sounds a lot more like you being able to unsee a min-max approach. Yeah, I suppose. But it in a lot of games, I generally don't have... I don't have, you know, too many qualms with just not min-maxing for the purpose of fun. It's just the fact that it is so... It's so visible, it's so straightforward, it's so blatant, it's so in your face that it is hard. I guess it's just difficult to ignore once you've noticed it. But the fact, you know, when I first played Fallout 3, you know, my intention was, since I had played Oblivion before this, was I really liked playing a sneaky stealthy character in Oblivion, so I was going to play a sneaky stealthy character in Fallout 3. And as I was going through all of the stats and their effects, it was like, oh, I get more skill points every level with intelligence? Well, of course I want to get intelligence as high as I possibly can right away, because then you know, I get way more skill points over the course of a character. Like, I hadn't even played the game yet, and it was just right there. Sneaky, stealthy characters in Bethesda games are OP regardless of the game. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I have been playing a character that is primarily sneaky, stealthy in Cyberpunk. And in order to maximize my enjoyment of Cyberpunk, I had to... Sneaky stealthy is often, in a lot of games where it is an option, it is very often the correct option, because, you know, sneaky stealthy keeps you from being put into danger if you do it right. So my resolution in Cyberpunk was, I am not going to save scum these situations. Like, I'm not going to save scum. I'm going to try and be stealthy, but if I get caught, I am going to do the fight. Like, I'm not just going to reload my save if I get caught. I'm just, like, I got caught. I gotta deal with the consequences. And that made the game so much more fun. But Cyberpunk is a game where your character will generally end up pretty diverse in their capabilities. I was not punished for this style of gameplay, but there are a lot of games where you will be punished for that style of gameplay. Games wherein, if you invest very heavily into stealth, then you know, you end up pretty gimped in your capability to perform well in a straight-up fight. And that's a dangerous thing, because then you can end up in these situations where you are just you're just save scumming the same fight over and over and over. Or save scumming the same encounter over and over. It's like, yep, I gotta do this fight. I gotta do this encounter right, because if I aggro anyone, I'm not going to survive. But I generally find that's more of a problem in a lot of older games. A lot of modern games will generally make you competent enough at a base level that even if you end up in that kind of situation where it's like, oh, well, my character is super kitted out for stealth, so obviously I have to approach every encounter via stealth. Usually, like, if you actually get into a fight, you can get out of it. One way or another. I'll tell you, a lot of my favorite games end up being games where you have like a good variety to the approaches, but also, or like a good variety to the approaches, just as a fundamental thing. You know, you want a variety to your gameplay, right? I don't feel like that is an uncommon sentiment. But In general, I prefer games where, you have a variety of approaches that you can take, but they are a little more a little more exclusive, I suppose. There's a better word for it, but it's on the tip of my tongue. Games where if you build a character to be super stealthy, then you are going to approach most of the game super stealthy, and that's totally an option. But your progression through that game as a super stealthy kind of experience is notably different than a character who is going, full out guns blazing. And I think that has been... I think that is going to be a problem when it comes to trying to play through Cyberpunk again. Oh, it didn't flood me? Okay, cool. I feel like... Okay, in Cyberpunk, certain weapons are considered lethal, and certain weapons are considered non-lethal. And certain elements are lethal, certain elements are non-lethal. Like, electricity is usually non-lethal, and stuff like that. A baseball bat is non-lethal, but a sword is lethal. Like, generally, blunt weapons are non-lethal, and so on and so forth. But pretty early on, I had gotten access to a weapon mod that makes that weapon non-lethal. And later still, I found a cybernetic mod that makes it so that I think it reduces the damage I get from headshots, or I don't get bonuses from dealing headshots, or something like that. But it makes all of my guns non-lethal. Maybe all of my weapons non-lethal? I don't recall. I think it was kind of weird. That's one of the kind of minor things that's kind of jank about the gameplay, but I wish that those things were not in the game. At first, I thought, oh, fantastic, I can just use whatever weapons I want and still be a cool no-murder guy, or lady, as it were. But the more that I played, the more I realized, oh, well, this kinda means that my lethal, like, if I were to play through the game again, but be super lethal and just kill everyone, it's not going to be as different as it could be. Because now, like, I basically removed one of the factors that differentiates those two styles of gameplay. And so it's kind of a bummer. Like, I mean, at first I was like, oh, hell yeah, and then the more I thought about it, it's like, oh, jeez. It's a minor thing, but it has made my first playthrough generally better, because it has given me the option to kind of engage in all of the different aspects of the game to a certain extent. You know, I've been competent enough at doing melee combat, and I'm pretty good at the ranged combat, and I'm My character is kitted out to be pretty good at stealth, pretty good at hacking. Like, my character can kind of do it all. You know, some stuff not as well as others. But for a game that has as much content as Cyberpunk, you kind of gotta take into consideration, is that a good thing or a bad thing? If it's gonna take you 200 hours to experience everything the game has to offer, do you want the ability to play through that again, but different? Or is it just, is the one experience going to be enough? And there are some aspects of the game that do feel like they had just opted to say, we don't anticipate players to be playing through this game, to play through the full breadth of the game multiple times. It is a game, it's more of a GTA kind of thing, where, you know, you're not going to play through the story mode of GTA multiple times. You're going to play through it once because there's just so much to do. Counterpoint, all I want out of video games is to punch enemies repeatedly in the face. That's totally an option in Cyberpunk. You can get a piece of cybernetics that turns your arms into super punch arms. And you can get a bunch of mods that make your super punch arms better and stuff. It's pretty cool. Baseball bat is non-lethal here in the Netherlands. Metal bat is considered a deadly weapon if judging assaults. It's not perfect system. But I mean, if we're gonna talk realistically, you can kill someone in a lot of ways. You know, you can totally kill someone with your bare fists if you try really, really hard. Probably gonna switch over to the normal stream playlist after this run through of the album. I apologize if it has gotten a little tiring, but I think the album is really, really good. I was very excited to listen to it now that it was put onto Spotify. It was available on Bandcamp a couple of days ago, but I ended up not listening to it because it was like, I'm just gonna wait for it to be on Spotify. I never really foresaw myself as the kind of person that would actually have a Spotify subscription, but it turns out I am totally that kind of person. I actually need to go through my various subscriptions and make sure that I don't have any subscriptions that are going to renew this month that I don't actually care about. Like the World of Warcraft subscription, I maybe should not have renewed it this month at least. I probably would have come back and played it more later, but there's just been so many games that I've been playing recently. WoW isn't delivering that streamer ROI. It's not even that, it's just... World of Warcraft is the kind of game that, you know, if I have the subscription going, I want to put a lot of time into it. And I just haven't been putting a lot of time into it. One swing to the back of the head with a metal baseball bat is usually enough. Yeah? I was confused as to what Joel you were referring to, and that just goes to show how completely checked out I am on the World of Warcraft gameplay itself. Because Joel is the guy who I have been doing quests for a bit. Whoops. Yeah, so speaking of streamer return on investment, I've been thinking about cutting down Yakuza 0 to 1 stream a week. Because between the Mario Party and Satisfactory, recently I've been just really enjoying playing multiplayer games, playing games with other folks, and so I kind of just want to do that some more. Today is you know, World of Warcraft is not exactly playing games with folks, but I mean it kind of is. Anyways. It's... I don't know, like, if I were to continue streaming Yakuza 0 twice a week, I would be more tempted to go back to 5 streams a week, like I used to do. Because people, you know, people have been talking about, like, what are they? Oh, the cutscene's still playing. People have been talking about Blood Bowl 3 coming out, and I've been talking about, you know, maybe playing Dungeon Defenders 1 with some folks and stuff like that. And it's like, I want to do more stuff like that. Because Mondays have kind of been a little more dedicated to more event-y kind of streams. The Mario parties, the Mario races. Not necessarily just Mario, but that kind of thing. Didn't Dungeon Defenders 1 get a kind of sort of remake? Yes, Dungeon Defenders Redux. And that is what I have been playing over the last couple of days. I still have... as someone that did not get super deep into Dungeon Defenders 1, like, I played it a lot and enjoyed it a lot, but I never got into, like, the endgame kind of stuff. I have no fucking idea how I'm supposed to actually get, like, how to get good gear in that game, and that kind of thing. It's kind of gone over my head, but I still really enjoy playing that game. Is it any good? I mean, it seems... playing it, it feels like Dungeon Defenders 1. It doesn't feel drastically different. But, I mean, most of my time spent with Dungeon Defenders 1 was just, like, playing solo Countess. So, I'm not the best judge, but I enjoy it. Blood Bowl 3 is really already coming out. I don't know when it's actually coming out. Someone in my Discord told me that Blood Bowl 3 was happening. I mean, that could be 2022 for all I know. Early 2021. Hot diggity. But yeah, I heard a lot of bad things about Dungeon Defenders 2 and Dungeon Defenders Awakened. but they put Dungeon Defenders Redux as, like, you just opt in to Dungeon Defenders Redux as a beta through Steam. Like, you don't even have to go anywhere and download anything, like, you just do it directly through Steam. And I saw that, and I was just like, well, fuck it. I've been playing a tower defense-styled idle game anyways. May as well actually just play a real tower defense game. And I've been enjoying it. It's fun. Can't wait to lose more rat linebackers. Oh, yeah. Anyone that watched my Blood Bowl 2 streams will know that I am a big fan of the rat plan. Fucking getting turn 1 and turn 2 touchdowns. Good times. You have Blood Bowl 2, you think you also have one, but you're never able to get into the game. What about it didn't you like? Because I enjoyed Blood Bowl 2 a lot, but I did burn out on it relatively quickly. I mean, it took me over a month, I would say, of playing it pretty regularly. I could probably go back to it now, but I just kind of haven't been feeling it. Not that I don't like it or anything, it's just I haven't been feeling it. I haven't been in the mood. I think the dice mechanics just put you off. So, when I had initially heard about Blood Bowl, that was kind of my first impression as well. Because I really enjoyed the progression mechanics of Blood Bowl. I thought they were really neat. Like, you know, it being in what upgrades you can get to players when they rank up, being dependent on dice rolls, you know, that was kind of a bummer. But it does... I do enjoy that to a certain extent, because that does result in some really interesting teams. Like, the more you play the same team as, like, a league kind of thing. The fact that your team gets to be so different than just like, oh, like, this is the team that I am going to build, and then, you know, you start building towards that team, and then one of your players gets a weird, crazy mutation, and it's like, oh shit, this can drastically change how I kind of build and play my team. Just this one player having a weird level up. That stuff I really liked. But when it comes to actually playing it, it being entirely reliant on dice, it makes it so that you have to play it in a non-traditional way, I suppose. Where because your turn ends when you fuck up, like, the entire game is just risk management. It's all, like, priority, like, picking and choosing your battles, picking and choosing your priorities, like, okay, well, I can make, you know, you have 10 players on the field, let's say, and it's like, okay, well, 5 of my players, I'm just, like, making them stand up, or repositioning them, or this, that, and the other thing. And, like, I know that's what I want to do with those players, and I know I don't have to roll any dice to do that. So you do that. But then, it's like, okay, well, anything that I want to do from here on out, I am going to have to roll dice. What actions do I really need to happen? And are those actions particularly risky? Is making those things happen completely vital to me winning the game? If they are, how can I optimize my chances of those things happening? If I have no way of, like, influencing the outcome of those actions, are there any other actions that I can optimize the likelihood of? You know, it's not going to be super important for this character to make this block, but it's really safe. Like, it has such a high chance of happening that it's probably a safe bet. And, you know, you've got your rerolls and stuff like that. But it kind of boils down to a gambling kind of thing at a certain point. Manage your risk, force risk upon your opponent. Yeah. So, it is probably one of the most pure strategy games that I have played and enjoyed. Because your strategy isn't just in how you how you manage your resources, how you position your players, all that, and it's not just it's not just in what order you do things. It's just this combination, this amalgamation of all of the different aspects of the game coming into play every single time you take an action. Which is really neat. Unfortunately, it's also a huge pain in... it also results in just the worst bad feels. Just, well... I rolled 3 dice to try and do an action that would win me the game on the spot. And I got unlucky and fucked up the dice rolls and will now lose the game. You know, that's an extreme kind of example, but it's... I can 100% appreciate why people would not be super into that kind of game. Like, Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon has a lot of situations like that, wherein, you know, I am going to try and make this attack happen. If this attack happens and does the thing that I want it to, I win the fight. If it does not, I lose, you know, 4 really high-level characters. Oh god, I'm sorry. But yeah, like, not only am I going to lose those high-level characters, but because the way the overall progression of the game works, losing those high-level characters is even more punishing the further you go along into the game. Darkest Dungeon felt more fair to you than XCOM. Man. I don't know. I suppose my perspective on the fairness of XCOM is going to be different than a lot of people who play those games more traditionally, like play those games more seriously, I guess. I use saves in XCOM. I have never played all the way through an XCOM game with Iron Man turned on. And I was like, oh, but that's the way you're supposed to play the game. It's like, yeah, but okay. To better articulate why I like XCOM and why I don't like Darkest Dungeon. Let's say Darkest Dungeon gives you a save system. All right, maybe that's a thing. I played that game relatively early on. Darkest Dungeon has a save system. All right, so you save before you go into a mission, and your team, you just get unlucky, and your team gets completely fucked. I'm going to load the game. I play through that same mission, and I get extremely lucky, and I feel good. Or I play through that same mission again, and I get extremely unlucky, and my team gets fucked. And then I play through the mission again, and I get extremely unlucky, and my team gets fucked. That feels more indicative, like, that feels less like the game is being unfair at that point, and then it becomes, okay, clearly I am doing this wrong. How do I play such that I am not getting completely fucked by these unlucky situations? That's how I play the XCOM games. I will save at the start of a mission, and like usually how I play the XCOM games is I will save before missions, and if the mission like just goes completely fucking off the rails and I lose all my best soldiers and all that, then I'll reload. But if the mission, like, I won't just redo the mission over and over and over and over until it goes perfectly. But then, like, playing the game in that manner, I suppose the thing that bothers me the most about that kind of game and that kind of experience is it's not just a loss of resources when one of your players dies. It is a loss of personal investment. Because, you know, hey, I started the game with this team, and it worked out perfectly. Like, one of them turned out to be a sniper, one of them turned out to be a heavy, one of them turned out to be, you know, so on and so forth. It's like, I started the game with this team. And as I progressed through the game, you know, I would start to level up alternate soldiers for, you know, if I ever need anyone other than the core team. Like, I'm building up my roster slowly and surely over time. But you always have that core team. And then you have one bad mission and your entire team dies. That's not just, aw, fuck, like, dang, I lost all my best units. That is, to me, it's kinda hard to continue caring about this, because now, like, I have backup soldiers, like, most of them are decently high rank, like, I can still beat the game, but now, I just completely check out because these characters that I, like, have grown to care so much about, you know, I go through and I customize them, and I make them look cool, and I give them nicknames. Maybe I'm like, playing the game in an environment where I'm telling my friends about, the game that I'm playing through. I name the characters after them. And so, it's like, well, yeah, that's the point, but I don't like the point. It just doesn't jive with me. That feeling of loss is not a motivator. It is a demotivator for myself. Hate games that lock achievements behind Iron Man. Agreed. Reason you feel XCOM is unfair is the amount of 80% shots that you miss compared to enemies hitting you from across the map with a pistol, which is way out of proportion. I mean, that... I find that situation in a lot of cases is just, you know, confirmation bias kind of thing. And you know, believe me, I play tabletop games. I'm well familiar. It's just like, you know, even with the Mario parties, it's just like, oh god, I've had this, like, you know, I've been doing so poorly during this party. I started out, like, moving less than 10 spaces over the first 5 turns. And I say that at a point in the game wherein I have a, like, solid lead. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're winning. And it's just like, yeah, but it feels like my luck has been so bad. My luck wasn't bad overall, but I had that chunk of bad luck that just locks into my brain. It's just like, oh fuck, I'm so unlucky this game. It happens. Because, yeah, like Stray Sine Wave is saying, like, you're not going to remember all of the 80+% shots that you make, because of course you made those shots. They were 80+% to hit. It feels like a given, but then every single time that you miss one of those shots, you know, you make... Okay, you attempt to shoot an enemy with an 80% chance to hit 5 times in a row. You miss one of those shots. That shot feels so bad. I had an 80% chance. Statistically, that is likely. If you just think about... If you think about it, it's like, well, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, I was bound to miss eventually. But it still feels so bad in the moment. And that's just, you know... That's just, game psychology, man. That's just how it works. So that's why so many games fudge the statistics in one direction or another. You want the you don't want the player to like logically work their way through your game 100%. You want to fudge things in small, subtle ways. You know, you don't want to fuck with the player, right? You still want the player to have a solid foundation of information and knowledge. But you still want to fudge it in their direction. You want the player to have, like, a bit more edge in these circumstances where they should win. Or maybe the player picks a bad fight. And maybe you fudge the numbers against the player. And so the player is like, oh man, like, I could have beaten this boss. And it's like, yeah, you could have. But you were further away from doing that than you think. Because you're not supposed to. And so, you know, you could keep bashing your face against it. You can. You can still win that fight. But the game is subtly nudging you away from it. The game is like, no, like, the game is just like, no, don't. Like, really don't, please don't. And it's not just because, oh, well, now the game is railroading me. The game is just fucking with me because I'm not playing the game the way the game wants me to play it, usually there's some kind of a reason. You know, the game doesn't want you to beat the fucking oh god, what's the name of the monster from the swamp in Final Fantasy VII? The thing that just fucks you up if you don't have Chocobo. The Midgar Zolom, I think? You can beat it. You can. There are ways of beating the Midgar Zolom. But beating the Midgar Zolom could result in, let's say, you know, you get a shitload of experience from it, and so now your characters are over-leveled. So the challenge for the next little bit isn't, like, you have thrown off the balance of the game. You are kind of just fudging the game against yourself at that point, where suddenly, you know, oh man, this section was way too easy, like, man, why don't they offer a challenge? Well, you are, like, 10 levels over what you're supposed to be at this point. Maybe if you didn't go out of your way to do the things that we tried to get you not to do, it wouldn't be as bad. But, I mean, you know, that's... Play the game you want to play the game. But in a lot of circumstances, there is a reason why that thing is the way it is. Sometimes there's not. I mean, you know, that line of thinking is sometimes wasted on some people. Some people genuinely just did not do a good job of designing that portion of the game or whatever, but I'm an optimist. New boots? Final Fantasy VII has challenge. Yeah. I mean, a lot of traditional turn-based RPGs, if you know how to fuck with it, you can fuck with it. And the fact that grinding exists at all is just like, oh, well, this is too hard. I'm going to, instead of trying to figure out a better way to do this fight, I'm just going to make the fight easier by making my characters more powerful. That's viable. That's fine. If that's how you want to do it, go for it. But then, you know, when a game has that, just that little extra je ne sais quoi, that little extra bit that shows that it has that next level of design, like Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger, one of the best turn-based RPGs of all time. And one of the things that makes it so great is because the progression of the game is so finely balanced. Of course you can, like, just make that game super easy by going out of your way to acquire super powerful stuff early, or just by grinding a lot so that you're way over leveled, so you can, you know, kill bosses super quick. But if you play through the game naturally, if you just, like, not even necessarily just purely in the way the game wants you to play, but if you play through the game naturally, the game is well designed enough that like, the normal enemy encounters offer a bit of challenge. You know, it's not often that you're going to get a game over from a random encounter. But then you fight those bosses, and the bosses are just strong enough that if you have fought every encounter, like, if you have not gone out of your way to do extra encounters or avoid encounters, then you are going to be pretty much just strong enough for that boss fight to be a fair fight in your favor. And that's great. Play a lot of games with percentage-based hit chances. XCOM feels off. XCOM 2 is way better in that regard. It still feels rigged against you, but not in a way that feels like blatant cheating on the part of the AI. I couldn't say for sure one way or the other on that topic because it has been a long time since I played XCOM Enemy Unknown, but I relatively recently did play through XCOM 2 with the DLC. So when I think XCOM, that is the experience that is most fresh on my mind. Finely tuned not to require grinding in boss fights or less about brute force. Yeah, that's another great thing about Chrono Trigger is that the boss fights, if you know how to fight the boss, you are going to do well against the boss. If you do not know how to fight the boss, you have ways of figuring out how to fight the boss, but you're going to struggle. You're going to burn through some of your resources, you know, use some of your revives when you don't want to, use more healing, like, you know, end up spending more turns healing than you would want. That kind of thing. Because the game wants you to win. The game is designed to be beaten. Chrono Trigger felt a bit too easy and didn't really have endgame challenges, which you personally like. See, that's one of the things that I love about the DS version of Chrono Trigger, is that it does have some extra endgame challenges and stuff. And also, if you're just like going through getting all of the endings and that kind of thing, then you do end up encountering some stuff that is notably more difficult than just a natural playthrough of the game. But in general, Chrono Trigger is not... You go out of your way to do that kind of thing in Chrono Trigger. It is not, like, taunting you about it. There's a lot to unpack here. A lot of games do, in fact, invisibly fudge the numbers for you. Fire Emblem. Yeah, Fire Emblem is a great example. Chances feel rigged against you. That's how confirmation bias manifests. What kind of shitty video game wants you to win? Resumes NetHack. Yeah. But, I mean, that's... Chrono Trigger is a game that is designed for you to win. Hades is a game that is designed for you to win eventually. I feel like most of... no, I was gonna say that most of the best games are designed for you to win in one way or another, but I don't feel that's necessarily true because there are a lot of... you know, classic NES games, classic arcade games, where no, you're not supposed to win, but that does make victory feel all the sweeter. You know, trying to play through fucking Metal Slug on one continue, like, God no, Jesus Christ no. But that does create a different a feeling to the game. You're going to have a drastically different experience playing through something like Metal Slug compared to something like Super Mario 64. And that's good. It's good that games are different. Talking about NetHack, just beat a run of Angband, and boy does it get tedious after the 50th floor. I think that's one of the biggest problems that I have with a lot of traditionally styled roguelikes, is that a lot of them require, like, either encourage or outright require a style of gameplay that I do not find enjoyable. one of the things that turned me off the Witcher games very, very distinctly was the emphasis that the game put on preparing for fights. You know, before every fight, the game's like, oh man, before any fight, a good Witcher prepares himself. You know, he gets his oils, he does his fucking meditation, you know, never enter a fight unprepared. And that's all well and good. But it's not something that has ever really jived with me. I really enjoy the feeling of getting into an encounter and having to think on my feet. You know, I open a door. Or, okay, I come up to a closed door in a dungeon, or whatever. And I want to go, like, I know that there is a fight on the other side of this door. Or at least I'm quite confident there is a fight on the other side of this door. What am I gonna do? Well, there's a couple of different things that I could do. I could buff up. I could, you know, make sure that I've got any temporary buffs going. I could try and hedge a bet, like make a guess about what weapon I need to have out when I go into this room, because, you know, I have a couple of different weapons that are better against different types of enemies, so on and so forth. I could be super prepared. And that whole process, you know, maybe takes, you know, maybe a minute, maybe a couple of minutes, if it's like, if I've got a lot going on. And then I open the door, and it is one not terribly challenging enemy of a type that I did not prepare for. I just wasted my goddamn time. Or, let's say, I get up to a door, I know there's probably a fight on the other side, I open the door to see what the fight is. But then, I have already started the encounter, and thus I do not have the time or the opportunity to go through and set up all my buffs and, you know, make sure I've got the right weapon out and all that frickin' shenanigans. It does not feel good to me. Are you talking about The Witcher in general or Witcher 1? It was something that the game tried to encourage across all three of the Witcher games, but I feel like it was probably the least prevalent in Witcher 3, which is why I got like 10 hours into The Witcher 3 as opposed to 2 hours in. Don't most of the classical arcade games not even have an ending, but get progressively harder until some value rolls over and breaks the game? I'm thinking more along the lines of, like, you know, I was thinking more along the lines of a Metal Slug rather than a Pac-Man or something like that. Most arcade games, yeah, a lot of arcade games do have some kind of defined ending, and then, you know, you beat the game and then you submit your high score and all that. Also, yeah, you know, if someone is just extremely good at the game, they can just keep playing the game forever without having to insert more quarters. Longest arcade game you've been playing lasts around 50 minutes since it has 2 loops. Oh yeah, that's another one. Ghosts and Goblins is another classic example of that kinda. It's not necessarily designed to be... It is not designed to be beaten by the average player. I suppose that would be a better way of expressing that concept, is it's not designed to be beaten by the average player. Most roguelikes are not designed to be beaten by the average player, because the whole appeal to most roguelikes is how far can you get? When each time you make an attempt, you know, maybe you'll die in a new and interesting way. Maybe you'll learn something new that'll drastically change the way that you approach your next playthrough. And then your next playthrough, you get a couple of floors further. Okay, go back through a couple of messages that I kind of skimmed over. Angband requires some grinding since the final boss is a huge resource drain, plus you need to find gear that allows you to cover resistances. That makes sense. That's another reason why I've never gotten super far into a lot of roguelikes, is gearing up for specific challenges is something that I've never been particularly good at. Scrolls of Banishment, Mass Banishment, Destruction, Scrolls of Healing, and so on and so forth. Listening to Hat's opinions about video games makes me realize I have terrible taste in games. I'm glad this community accepts my terrible taste in what makes games good. That's the thing, is, you know, I generally try not to yuck people's yum when it comes to tastes in games. It can still be kind of a bummer at times when you run into this situation. Like, last night, like, within the last 24 hours, I was talking to Lawyer Dog about Dungeon Defenders, because I've been playing a lot of Dungeon Defenders, and I've been enjoying it a lot. I think Dungeon Defenders is a fun and enjoyable 3D tower defense game. And then, like, as I'm explaining all of this to Lawyer Dog, like, I can just see on his face that he's just like, I don't believe a thing that you're saying about anything that makes this game good. I'm like, okay, well, I'm still going to talk about it because I enjoy talking about it. And he's like, it finally gets to the point where he's like, okay, fine, I'll take a look at it. He goes to his computer, and he opens up a video of someone playing Dungeon Defenders 1. And it's clearly a video that's like, you know, someone that's spending most of the video talking rather than actually playing the game. They're playing super early content, so they don't have access to a lot of the variety that the game offers. They're playing the very first level, and his reaction is, there is nothing about what I see here that makes me want to play it. Absolutely nothing that could even possibly appeal to him. And I understand. He's, you know, he has a very specific taste in video games, that's fine. But just the way that came across is like, even though in the logical part of my brain I was just like, oh yeah, of course, that makes sense. It was still just like, man, that's a bummer. This game that I've played for a dozen hours over the last couple of days, been enjoying a lot, and this guy's just like, yeah, basically saying, I think this game looks like garbage. I don't want to be like that. Because I've found many situations wherein if I had taken that kind of stance, then I would have missed out on a video game experience that I very thoroughly enjoyed. My gut reaction to Tales of Maj'Eyal was like, oh, this seems like, you know, standard roguelike affair. It's just gonna be like me constantly struggling to figure out what to do, and I'm gonna be constantly punished for lack of knowledge and all that kind of thing. Like, you know, I anticipated it having all of the problems that I have with most roguelikes. And then I actually played it, and I love Tales of Maj'Eyal. I think that game is fantastic. I think it is just like a prime example of how you can make a traditional roguelike much better by implementing modern game design, modern design choices. That kind of quality of life and stuff like that. It was the same kind of thing as... I had the same thing with Satisfactory. It's like, oh, I mean, this seems kind of neat, but I feel like I'll probably get bored pretty quick because I'll get to the point where, like, I need to optimize my factory, or I need to spend a lot of time building another factory from the ground up. But I enjoyed it a lot. So when I talk about games, I try to keep an open mind more than anything else. Like, if not because, you know, I may be missing out on an experience that I would thoroughly enjoy, but because I don't want to, you know, I try not to be putting down on what other people enjoy. Because it is not correct, like, NetHack. I don't particularly enjoy NetHack, but it is factually incorrect to say that NetHack is a bad game, because a lot of people thoroughly enjoy NetHack for everything that it is. Thus, it is not a bad game. It's not a game for me. If the player isn't an @ symbol, I'm not going to play your roguelike. Oh, I've been talking a lot. I need to restart the capture. Testing, 1, 2. Angband versus NetHack Stone Soup philosophy is a very different approach, where levels in Angband likes are not persistent, so you can grind out certain levels for long-ass times. It's fun finding things in a similar way grinding in Path of Exile is. Okay. Arcade games work in a similar manner. You have tangible means of understanding your mastery of the game, getting further, beating the game in one credit, seen as actually beating the game in arcade communities, and mastery via scoring. Very good points. Most of the games you play are pretty stupid. Due to the arcade structure forcing you to start over once you game over, the scoring systems also make the game more entertaining. While learning to survive later stages, you start optimizing the earlier stages for score so you don't fall into a loop of repetition. For the most part, I appreciate that that clarification there at the end, because that definitely comes up. The art style for Dungeon Defenders is an acquired taste. Is the knight wearing pants yet? Of course the knight isn't wearing pants. Keeps quiet about the amount of hours you currently have on this very hard modded playthrough of Factorio. Yeah. No, I bring this up every now and then, but there was one time where I was getting an Uber to the airport, and during the entire trip to the airport, the Uber driver was just telling me about this, like, impossibly complex Factorio mod. Because I had mentioned that I was going to university nearby for game design, and he's like, oh man, I love video games. And then he started talking about Factorio, and just every single word that came out of his mouth went completely over my head. But having played Factorio at this point, that game rules. Guessing it was the Pianodons pack. Probably? There was something about, like, you start out on a tiny little piece of land, and then you have to, like, fucking refine minerals from the water, and chemistry, and, oh, Jesus. C-block. Yeah, maybe. I may be mixing that, like, what he was telling me up with something that I had seen on the internet about Factorio. I don't remember. Oh, I need to... Okay. I'm gonna switch the music playlist. Oh no, I didn't have shuffle on. There we go. You have my permission to call NetHack a bad game, and I agree. Yeah. But yeah, it's... There's a lot of aspects to what makes a game good or bad or enjoyable or... You know... Like, I could not possibly conceive putting the amount of time into any one game that some people do. You know, I've been watching a couple of Summoning Salt videos recently. Oh, can I go do Shadowlands now? Sick! I've been watching a lot of Summoning Salt videos recently, and I've always had a lot of respect for speedrunning. I've done a couple of speedruns myself. I mean, you guys saw the Super Mario 64 speedruns, probably. But also, back in the day, I did speedruns of Guacamelee. I was the world record holder on that for a while. Marlow Briggs, super fun speed game, stuff like that. I love speedrunning. I have a lot of respect for speedrunning. But the concept of replaying through a game, even though it's only, you know, an 11 to 15 minute game like Ninja Gaiden. The video that I'm thinking of is Ninja Gaiden. Even though that is a relatively short speedrun, I could not imagine playing any game, even if it were the best goddamn video game in the whole world. I could not imagine playing a game for the amount of time that Arcus played Ninja Gaiden. Over 40,000 runs of that game. And even if the average duration of a run ended up being, you know, as low as... let's do this one, please. Even if the average duration of a run was 2 or 3 minutes, because it's just like, I screwed up early on, I gotta restart. 40,000 of those? It is completely absurd! But for some people, that's just the way they play games. Some people just stick to one game. A lot of people who play World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is the only game they play. Lawyer Dog, you know, the game that he plays and cares about more than any other game by a significant margin is Super Smash Bros. Melee, and he's been playing that a lot. You know, he used to go out of his way to go to Smash meetups. He would take any opportunity he possibly could to play Melee, and I don't think that I cannot imagine a world in which Lawyer Dog gets sick of playing Melee. I am not the kind of person that can do that. I would probably be a more successful streamer if I could. But that's just not really how I approach games. Haha, yeah, who would play a single game that much? Ha 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 ha. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not going to say that is a wrong way to play a game. You do you, man. If you enjoy that game that much, keep playing it. It's just not me. I do want to cancel the cinematic. Take the death gate. Where's the death gate? Some games work like that. Some games are mastery focused. Some are comfort games. Yeah. World of Warcraft is a comfort game for me for the most part. Satisfactory is also a comfort game for the most part. some people are mastery focused. I mean, same difference, really. Yo, what up, party people?
Oh yeah. So good.
I kind of feel like the game that I've played the most over the last while has just been Picross. I think I only have 40, like, what was it, 20 or 40 more yeah, 20. I only have 20 more Picross puzzles to complete in the Konami Picross game. I've been playing for a while, but all of the remaining puzzles are boss puzzles, which only show up every 3 hours. So I ended up getting another Picross game, and this other Picross game has several thousand puzzles. I mean, the concept of someone who only plays Picross is not far-fetched in the slightest. But I am what many people would call a basic bitch gamer. Nobody would call me that, actually, but I value variety very highly. 60 hours away from getting 2,000 hours in Factorio? Nice. Still feel like a noob in Factorio? Nice. Yeah, I know that feeling. That's basically how I feel about Path of Exile as well. Do you want Gifted Peppers puzzles? I don't know what that is. WoW is neat, though I don't think I can get into the newer expansions anymore. If I want to play a modern MMO, you play Final Fantasy XIV, even though it is barely an MMO. Yeah, so I would say, overall, that Final Fantasy XIV is a better game than World of Warcraft. But playing World of Warcraft is such a specific feeling for me. Like, it scratches that specific part of my brain. In a way that Final Fantasy XIV, I feel it's not the same. And on average, I am more likely to be in the mood to play World of Warcraft than Final Fantasy XIV, even though I would like to get all the way through Final Fantasy XIV because I hear nothing but the best about that game. Everybody loves talking about how great and fantastic and cool and good FF14 is, and they are correct for the most part. I think that game is very good. But it is not a game that I've been able to just, like, really, really dig into the same way. There is a hump about Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, like, the point at which I stopped playing Final Fantasy XIV is the point at which everyone is like, oh yeah, no, I get it. It's the end of A Realm Reborn. I have not gotten past the end of A Realm Reborn. And because I bought, like some kind of fucking idiot, I went and bought, I think, Shadowbringers. So now I can't play the game without a subscription. Because that's a really dumb thing they did. Hey Teddy, how's it going? I've heard, like, I don't think I've really played since they quote-unquote fixed the end of A Realm Reborn. But hopefully the Burning Crusade gets announced soonish. The word on the street is that it'll be hitting beta in a few months, but there's no official announcement. Yeah, I mean, things are still kind of fucked in the States as far as the pandemic goes, so development on most things is still kind of out of whack. They did cut up post-main story quest, A Realm Reborn, don't remember how much. Yeah. Pepper's Puzzles is a Steam game of nautograms. Oh, neat. I think the main Picross game that I've heard things about has been, like, that is not just pure Picross, has been Murder by Numbers. What's their name? Hollytunes, I think? The person that did Dr. Coomer's voice in Half-Life VR AI. I follow them on some social media stuff, and I saw that they were doing streams of Murder by Numbers, and that kind of got them into Picross. I've just been on complete autopilot. God damn it, I keep thinking about Dungeon Defenders. I think I might switch to Dungeon Defenders at some point. Just been thinking about it a lot. Been playing it a lot. It's fun. Although a lot of the Dungeon Defenders that I've been playing lately has just been grinding for gear, which is not the specific method of gear grinding that I've been doing, is not the most exciting. It is you load up a certain level on a certain difficulty. Like, you load up a certain level on a high difficulty, put together a certain setup, such that, like, the setup is purely devoted to just clearing the first wave. And then after the first wave, you get access to a couple of chests, and those chests are likely to drop some pretty good gear. And then you get the gear, you start the next wave, so you bank all the mana from, you know, whatever. You start the next wave, and then you immediately restart, and you just do the first wave and collect from those 4 chests over and over and over and over. And I've actually been kind of enjoying the act of doing that in a way, because it's kind of itching the speedrun part of my head, where it's just like, okay, how can I optimize this? How can I optimize this, like, 60 seconds of actually setting up for the first wave? So, if I were to stream Darkest Dungeon, which I am feeling is pretty likely. It is not going to be just that. Don't worry about that. Here's the problem with Final Fantasy XIV, outside the fact that you don't like some modern MMO conventions, particularly social design. It's very predictable design and patch-wise. They're really limiting possible encounter design to dance-esque mechanics, partly because they only have 4 bosses per raids and 8 people. There's a feeling of phoning it in sometimes, even though the production values are great. Yeah, it feels as though that is like one of the big things that Final Fantasy XIV has in its pocket is, god damn, the production values on that game are nuts. Like, even from the, just the soundtrack alone. Like, the soundtrack for Final Fantasy XIV fucking rules! And so many of those fights are so cinematic. Like, the visuals are just nuts, they're so good. It is just a very, very well-crafted video game. You know, it being an MMO, it is not entirely surprising that over the course of, like, just releasing more and more and more and more content, the fact that, you know, sometimes the content just doesn't hit the same makes sense. Where we go? Oh, I gotta kill dudes. I think if I were to go back to Final Fantasy XIV, it may behoove me to play a different class than Dragoon. I think part of the problem that I was having with Final Fantasy XIV is that I did not love playing as the Dragoon. And, you know, I'm not particularly in on Final Fantasy XIV culture, but I am aware that Dragoons have a bit of a reputation. Dragoon is a poster boy for some early level design issues. Yeah, back when I first played the game, I think it was before the first expansion. It was a while ago. I played Dragoon, and I had gotten almost to max level. I think I was like 40. I was in the late 40s. I remember looking up rotations for the Dragoon, and it was just like, oh, cool. Here's your rotation. It is 17 different abilities non-repeating. If you use your cooldowns, it is upwards of 24 abilities. It's like, oh, cool. Great. I mean, I've only got so many keys on my keyboard, bud, but whatever you say. The classes are rather top-heavy. I think that is one of the best aspects of the level crush in with Shadowlands, is that the progression as a class generally feels better. There are some spots, some classes that that are much worse off in that regard, but... you said top heavy. It's like boobs! We did it. We killed the dude. What's next, Jaina? We're going into the cave that I tried to go in earlier. Alright, is this going to be considered a rest area? Because that would be pretty cool. Tell me about this place. It is not considered a rest area, but also... I realized during that last fight that my eyes were kinda unfocusing. So it's like, maybe I should take a break from World of Warcraft right now. FF14 raids are basically 4 individual trials linked by some story. No trash, no instance, nothing, which is majorly disappointing. Jeez. That is a shame. Because, I think the raids are some of the more interesting content when it comes to World of Warcraft. Like, in a lot of different ways. It's like, you know, a lot of the time you get some big ol' story content, but also just the way that you progress through them is interesting. The way that they are meant to be approached, and so on. Okay, I'm gonna switch games real quick. Wait, why do I get a hold on screen? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a dumbass. I tried to Alt F4 World of Warcraft. I missed. Oopsies! Outplayed. Harsh. Been mostly getting your rating fixed from classic WoW. It's enjoyable despite being rather face rolly. Yeah. I can't get into classic WoW. I'm too much of a modern baby. But not only do you have bosses, you have enough bosses to do some straightforward bosses, some gimmick bosses. The raid instance is usually tied to some additional stuff like reputation and turn-ins, fuck trash and AQ40. Man, now that I'm thinking about it, I think it was X-Play, maybe? I recall having videos about, like, having bits about, like, oh, here's some handy stuff to get in World of Warcraft, and it was like, here's a really good ranged weapon because warriors can use it. It's like, whoa. here's how you do this one fight in AQ40. It was like, oh my god, that looks crazy. Like, the first time seeing World of Warcraft raiding as a young one was a mind-blowing experience. Just the sight of all of those players and all of those things happening. Spotify, come back. There we go. Also, this song is cool, but it needs to go away. I'm sorry, Deadbolt OST. Talking about itemization, WoW Classic did it well in so many ways because it's not strictly linear between tiers. That is very nice, I will say. Despite some of the things that I don't like about classic WoW itemization and that kind of thing, not having, like, not just outright replacing basically your whole thing every time the new raid tier came out. That is a very nice thing. Wait, what? Nope. So some of the textures are a little fucked. I don't know why. Like, that texture's fine, that texture's fine. This one got put through the ringer a little bit. That's not the first bad texture we're going to see today. This game has not aged spectacularly in some of the visuals. Generally better stuff in high-level raids, but you still have reasons to do Molten Core while running raids 2 tiers after it. Yeah. That's nice. Alright, just to show off what my, Oh wait, is this Nightmare? No. Just to show off what I've been doing to grind for gear, I will do it once. And then I will actually play a map. Hey, Ragnaros drops this ring that is third best in slot for you. The legendary you get from these 2 fucking joke bosses is still amazing in next rounds. Okay. So you have 90 seconds during the build phase. So, run over, grab these 2 chests, set up a bouncer, harpoon, get over here. Also, this is a pretty high-level character, just to clarify. Gotta get that mana, get this mana. My fish in a bowl was having some problems. Set up a bouncer, harpoon facing that way, 2 bouncers. Over here, harpoon facing this way, harpoon facing this way, trigger the wave, and then a little bit into the wave there will be enough mana to make another harpoon or 2. There we go. Hop up here. Harpoon. 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 And then what I would do is I would just stand over there and wait for the chest to spawn. But we can watch this epic ogre fight, this boss battle that's going on over here. And so he just gets absolutely fucking demolished by those harpoons. And then I run around and check the chests that spawn. Jeez, no gear out of both of those, so we're probably gonna get drops out of the next 2 chests, but are they any good? Nope. How about this one? Nope, bad. So... I could just restart here, but if I start the next wave, I get a little bit of extra mana. Wait for the little pop-up in the corner. Mana added to your bank. Cool. I'm out. Those are not fun examples, fuck pummeler farming, but they're sort of endearing and examples of how busted the game was at times, but it feels good to get an item that you know, oh yeah, this is best in slot. Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. Let's just do level 1 on Insane. I have no idea what this is going to be like. Oh, the amount of mana that you get from the chests does not change with the difficulty. That's crazy. Alright. So, we'll go old school. Oh wait, no. This is what I always did back when I first played the game. I realized. Smarter to do this in case any enemies from that door come down this path. And then... slap this bad boy down over here. That should block most enemies from getting through. Spike over here. Spiky boy over here. And we'll get it rolling. Just manually kill a couple enemies to get some extra mana so I can start building harpoons. I wonder if I could beat this level on Nightmare. Maybe not. The difference between the difficulty below Nightmare and Nightmare itself is pretty wild. Can I build you right here? Yeah. It's kind of like Payday difficulties, where it's like everything up until Death Wish you can play one way, but then when you start trying to play Death Wish, you kind of need to change things up because the game just changes in some pretty tangible ways. I think I should try this map on Nightmare though. I got a feeling this is not going to present much of a challenge. Maybe I should just do Moonbase instead. Although I don't know if I could do Moonbase on Insane yet. Boop. I hate this particular item model because those green, like the green hilt, kind of looks like the little green arrows that show up if an item is an upgrade. So every time I see that particular weapon drop or weapon model drop, it's like, oh shit, upgrade. No, it bad actually. suppose I shouldn't be too terribly surprised that even on a high difficulty, the first level of the game is not not much of a challenge. Yeah. So... I'm trying to think if I've ever actually played this game in co-op. Oh, cool. I got a Chivo. I thought about trying to gather some folks to play this multiplayer. I mean, if folks do have this game and wish to play multiplayer, let me know. But it has been... I always played this game solo, and this game is very, very blatantly designed as a 4-player co-op game. So I'm curious what it's actually like. Buy it and join in sometimes. Is the Steam sales still going? The sale is not going. I don't think... 15 bucks for this game. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I were to play multiplayer, then I would definitely make a new character and, you know, we would play through the game a little more naturally. Because just getting boosted to level 74, which is kind of like the point where you start getting to endgame content, that would not be particularly fun or interesting, I don't think. Worms Armageddon? Everyone loves talking about Worms Armageddon. Worms Armageddon is pretty good. I wanted to try the most recent 2D Worms. What was it? It wasn't... I really liked the one that had the water... I like the one that had the water. The water physics. Revolution, maybe? Stardew Farm? Maybe. I wonder if I am capable of doing Moonbase on Insane. Probably not, but... try it on hard, at least. I kind of feel like the problem with a lot of co-op games is, or at least like trying to play co-op games on stream with people, you end up with maintaining a consistent group of people to play a specific game can be difficult. It's just like, hey, you know, I'd like to stream Dungeon Defenders today, and then, you know, I have 3 other people that I've been playing Dungeon Defenders with, and then, you know, 2 of them are good, but then one of them is like, I'm busy today. It's like, well, shit. Do I want to play Dungeon Defenders anyway, and thus, you know, leave them behind a little bit, or do I just play something else? And usually the answer ends up becoming play something else every time that the game comes up. So it's tough. That's one of the things that I've been really enjoying about playing Satisfactory multiplayer. Because there is not much player progression. So much of it is just dependent on what things and resources you have available. Most of the progression is based off of, like, in the game world itself, unlocking different tiers of research. You gotta schedule it, yeah. But then what if it comes to, like, okay, well, we'll do Dungeon Defenders every Tuesday. And then a Tuesday rolls around and I'm like, I had a bad night, I'm not feeling it, like I got a headache, I want to stream something a little easier, and then, like, the momentum is killed. It's tough. I don't want to build this. Could I do it like this and this to try and hit the genies? But yeah, in general, I've been wanting to do more multiplayer games. I've just been having such a great time with Satisfactory. Okay. So how am I gonna build this in a way that doesn't suck? Try it like that there, that there. Can I scoot one of these bad boys out forward enough? And then slam a bouncer here? Maybe. So you may be looking at how I'm positioning some of these things and wonder, why is that like that? Well, in certain, like, more endgame levels, you end up with more special enemy types. And some of the special enemy types are sons of bitches in many ways. One of them, who I consider to be the sonest of bitch, is the genie. Because the genie kind of just flies around and will shoot a beam at your at a tower, and if he shoots the beam at the tower long enough, then the tower explodes. The tower is not damaged, like you can't just repair the tower to keep it from getting exploded by the genie. You do have to stop the genie from using the beam, which is tough if you are not neat. If you're not a character that can do direct damage. So you kind of have to build everything so that you have at least one tower covering every other tower. Should head to sleep. No work tomorrow, but the day after that. No game progress. I don't stress out about it too much, Rand. Take your time. But, hope you have a good rest. Maybe if we set this up like that? I think I need a third harpoon over here. Will this actually shoot down the stairs? I don't know. You know what? Let's actually utilize... Well, oh, right! Mortar turret. Yeah. Let's get this bad boy. I haven't used the mortar turret because the mortar turret is one of the turrets that was introduced, in, the Dungeon Defenders Redux, which is a overhaul mod that I'm currently using. Also, in order to get a shitload of extra mana in this stage, you can come down into the secret area and play DDR. It's not good DDR. Shit. I fucked up. Because you don't actually have to step on... Like, you don't have to step on them in time, you just have to be on them. Because stepping on them in time would not work particularly well with the movement mechanics of this game. So I got a little bit extra mana, but more importantly, I unlocked this door, which leads to a fish, and then some chests. So it's important to get that fish whenever you play this level, because if you beat the level, and you have taken the fish, then you get access, or you get a fish in a bowl pet, which is the pet that I'm currently using. But this fish in a bowl could have way better stats. So I would like to get more fish in a bowl, in hopes of getting one with better stats. So another thing about this game is, you have to defend the crystals, but you may notice on this map, there are 3 crystals. So there's one down there, there's one over there, and there's one down there. This map is weird, because you don't actually have to defend all of the crystals, you only have to make sure that one crystal survives. But each time one of the other crystals is destroyed, your defense units, which is your resource for plate... Your defense units just limit how many towers you can place. So each time one of the other crystals gets blown up, you lose maximum defense units. But... it doesn't destroy any towers that are currently going over your defense unit limit. So if you can just place 100 units worth of towers right away, then you can keep all of your towers without actually having to defend the other crystals. It's kind of cheesy, but... Take it easy. Trying to figure out how to use the rest of my defense units. Let's put a slice of dice over here. I can't really place anything on this bridge because when the crystals blow up, they destroy all towers and players within a certain range around them. But this spot right here ends up being like one of the biggest fights that happen on the map. So my hope is that that spot is well protected. Well, let's just go for it. See how this layout goes. Oh, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it. I don't actually know what the range on these mortar turrets are, but... Oh, yeah, my bouncer got exploderated from the crystal dying. Yeah, that's good to know. Ah, there's all the enemies.
I like it.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like all three harpoons do have a pretty good firing line right here. So that should be okay. It's unfortunate that I won't be able to rebuild a blocker or a wall or anything like that right here. Because, as you can see, I'm currently at 94 out of 55 defense units. Okay. So it looks like this tower can still end up in situations where it's shooting the floor, but not quite as bad as things were before. During previous attempts at this map, there were some problems with just towers not being able to hit things. Alright. Got a lot of mana lying around, so let's try and get some things upgraded. Kind of seems like this slice and dice bouncer combo over here is working out pretty well. Oh, I should have opened all the chests before starting this wave. Because you get certain chests respawn with every wave, but they don't stack. So if you just don't open a chest on a wave and that wave finishes, then you don't get another chest on top of that chest. But I don't actually know how likely it is for me to get gear upgrades on this map on this difficulty. I know it's decently likely that I get some good stuff from beating the map, because I will probably get an upgrade to my fish. And my pet slot was my my weakest piece of gear by a pretty significant margin. Because pets are pretty rare in this game. Usually you have to go out of your way to find pets. Like, they are either a reward for, like, doing something specific on a specific map, or getting really far in survival mode on a map. Alright. Oh wait, I missed a chest. Yeah. Ouch. I'm pretty happy with this setup over here. I think I may need to just try and be cognizant of if the bouncer needs to be repaired. But Harpoon turret was destroyed. Oh, fucking genie. God damn it. I thought the genie would... I thought these two turrets would be covered by that turret against genies, but I was wrong. Fuck genies. All my homies hate genies. It is still alive. It's probably a skeleton somewhere. No, it's a genie. It's a genie whose fucking pathing broke. Genies, you continue to be the worst in every way. Oh my god. I can't even aggro him. Bitch. Fight me. There we go. Get over here. There we go. Finally. Remember one thing about Dungeon Defenders 1, and that was it was basically impossible to break into Nightmare difficulty. So that's kind of where I'm at in terms of, like, game progression. Is that I'm trying to get this character to the point where I can start doing Nightmare content. But it seems like to do Nightmare content, you want characters that have like upwards of 2,000 stats in the stats that matter for your character. So since this is a builder character, I want 2,000 in each of these tower stats. And as you can see, I'm a fair ways off. I'm 1,500 points off. But it just seems... It seems wild to think that that is even possible, just based on what I've been finding so far. But, I mean, it's still just fun to play, even if I don't get into endgame content. I suppose the bigger problem is that there is not a clear progression path. It is tough to tell how you are supposed to get to that point. Not necessarily, like, I mean, maybe actually getting to that point is super difficult. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe it's not actually super difficult to get to that point. But with a game like this, with a smaller community, you know, you don't have a ton of people putting out like tons of like, oh, here's all sorts of ways that you can like make good progression and get into endgame content and stuff like that. Meanwhile, with more, you know, more popular games, it's much easier to find stuff like that. Oh god, please. Please don't blow up. Don't blow up my... Don't. Thank you. You know, like, with Path of Exile, more than enough people play Path of Exile that it's like, hey, how do I do good in Path of Exile? And I just look that up and I find a quintillion guides. With this, it's like, how do I find this one accessory? And I had to go to like 7 different pages to try and find reliable information about how to get that accessory. Because the wiki just says random, and it's like, okay, well, is it actually random? And then after more research, I discovered it was not actually random. It was more likely to drop on certain maps. And also, a lot of guides kind of just assume that if you care about endgame content, you're at the endgame content. So, a lot of situations where it's just like, hey, how do I progress my character in Dungeon Defenders 1? Alright, well, first you need 2,000 stats. Oh. How do I get 2,000 stats? Not covered in this guide. Alright. Thanks. I actually did find one guide that seemed to have a decent bit of information about how to, like, kind of break into the endgame content, but even then, I still feel like there are a couple of things that could have covered better. Because I also don't know, like, how drastic... I don't know, I don't know if the Redux mod overhaul thing changed the way, like, changed anything about gear and stats and drop likelihood and stuff like that. It doesn't seem like it did, but, like, just from reading the patch notes and stuff, it doesn't seem like it did, but maybe it did. It's hard to say. And also, like, did the mod introduce any alternatives? I've been thinking about joining the official Discord for this overhaul mod, just to see if that's a good place to be. Oh god. Fucking goddamn it, son of a bitch. Genies are the worst. Get out of there. Stop that. Because now if I want to try and rebuild that one choke point that the genie just fucked up, I'm gonna have to blow up other stuff. Some way over the defense cap. But yeah, I mean, like, one of the best parts about a game like this is that you don't have to get into nightmare content. You don't have to. You can experience the majority of the game without having to actually get several thousand in each of your stats. You just play most of the levels on, you know, easy, medium, hard. Maybe the 4th difficulty, what's it is? I don't remember. Impossible, I think? Another problem with, like, trying to read up on endgame guides and that kind of thing for this game is... I mean, I'm... It sounds like I'm talking a lot of trash about this game, but... you know, getting into the endgame is a problem. Not gonna lie about that. Train of thought. Getting into the endgame content. Brain. Nope, lost it. Completely lost the point that I was trying to talk about. Good job, me. Oh, I don't actually have enough mana? Finish 7 Remake when? I haven't actually thought about it in a while. Which may sound like a bad thing, but may actually be a good thing. Because usually when I don't think about a thing for a while and then come back to it, I am more likely to re-engage with it than if I am, like, constantly thinking about it. Oh. I gotta fix my bouncer. Oh god. Fix the bouncer. But yeah, so many games is definitely accurate. Been playing a lot of Vigi games. Bouncer was destroyed. Oh, it was a fucking genie. Of course it was a genie. My crystal is under attack. Oh no, I'm going to lose! Yeah, everything's fucked. It's genies. I did a bad job of laying out my towers and stuff to be genie-proof. What did... Oh, there's a skeleton whose AI is busted over there. I wonder what a good way to protect from genies would be. I don't know. I don't think any of these... I think it's just have a better layout, I guess. I wonder how genies interact with monk auras. Oh, speaking of genies, hey motherfucker. I'll get you eventually. I just need to aggro him, so I can pull him over to my turrets. Here. Get over here. Where'd he go? Okay, he went out to fight. Should be fine. Oh, the skeleton finally just despawned. Well, that's nice. Ah, I have an idea. I have an idea. Inspiration has struck. Okay, I'm gonna start the next phase so I can bank all this mana. Okay, then I'm gonna restart the level. I have a plan. Around and get all these chests. So based off of what I have learned, I have the perfect layout. Maybe. Well, no. It's not the perfect layout, but it'll be better. More secure. More powerful. It's kind of risky. But I'll put that right there. And then we're gonna set up just straight up crossfire here. So not good? Maybe. Is it necessary to sacrifice the middle crystal? No. You can totally, like, actually try and defend all 3 crystals. But you don't have to. Okay. And then set up a bouncer right here. And another one right here. Okay, so now we'll just set up as many towers in this crossfire as we can. Just like stack them up, stack them up, stack them up, stack them up. Whoop, hey. I wonder if this will do anything. Maybe. Whoop. Can I get some slice and dices up in here? I'm out of mana. Time to go play DDR. Oh wait, did I hit the... I don't think I hit the other button. Yeah, damn it. Let me up. Let me up! There we go. I didn't think I would have to use the extra jump, because when you get launched out of the out of that little fan thingy, you get an extra jump. Alright. Doing good. $40! Heck yeah. That's a lot of extra mana. So you get more mana from that based off of how high you score in the DDR. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's a particularly... Whoop, whoop. And that wasn't a bad spot. Wasn't a great spot either. Let's just nudge that out a little bit and then set up the slice and dice behind it. I don't want to move these two forward because we want enemies to get to the top of the stairs so that way the harpoons can shoot them. This is good. I don't know. Let's find out if this is good. All right. Oh no, crystals are under attack. How could this have possibly happened? What a terrible shame. Yeah, fuck you, Genie. I have a feeling that my my lust for Genie killing is going to be my downfall eventually. But it hasn't been yet. So let's roll with it. It is wild to me that there are levels in this game with a recommended player level of 100. Good God. Every level past 74 slows down significantly. Oh, hell yeah, Windmill Isle. You know what, let's just start the next wave while I do this. It is still fucked up to me how good the Sonic Unleashed soundtrack is. I mean, it shouldn't come as a surprise that a Sonic soundtrack is good, but still. I don't actually recall how good the Sonic 06 soundtrack was, but... I guess when it comes to Sonic Unleashed, like, the daytime levels seemed to be still a good, fun Sonic game. It's just the problem with the Werehog levels, the nighttime levels. But having never played Sonic 06 or Sonic Unleashed myself, I kinda gotta rely on what other people say. And I follow Ty Tuesday on Twitter, and Ty fucking loves Sonic 06. In the context of speedrunning, but, I mean, even so, that does result in me hearing way more positive things about Sonic 06 than the average person will hear. Recommended level 100 means nothing, the difference is still very big between levels. Are there... I think I read something about this. I've been doing a lot of guide and wiki trawling over the last little while that I've been playing this game. Past 74, do you unlock new tiers of gear? Because I'm pretty... like, that's a thing, right? Like, you can't get mythical level gear at all until you hit level 74? God. This layout is a nightmare, and if too many kobolds come running through, exploding at me, then I am not going to survive, but just seeing genies explode anytime they come anywhere near me makes it all worth it. Ow. Oh, okay, so you do keep... you do continue unlocking higher tiers of gear the higher level you get. Okay, so there is still definitely an incentive to go out of your way to level up rather than just continue to grind gear. Good to know. Ultimate ++ armor is stupid how rare it is. Does that include the crafting system shenanigans that Redux introduced? Like turning void shards into gear or something. I don't know, I haven't actually engaged with any of that stuff yet. My current stats are not quite good enough to start getting to that kind of shenanigans. My poor 356 defense health. Start the next wave. And fuck you, Genie. Yeah. Crystal's under attack? From what? I guess all of this fighting is just happening too close to my crystal. What does Call to Arms do? Oh, well. I instantly unactivated it. Whoops. What? What happened here? Well, that's not good. Okay, they're not reached the wizard? Is that what's going on here? Alright. Get up there, wizard. There we go. There we go. What's still alive? Oh, Nogre's pathing is busted. I see. I understand now. Far be it from me to waste a good opportunity to heal everything up. Certainly seems like I'm not going to be clearing this level with this build. AoEs are just completely obliterating me. Alright, there we go. I smell food being cooked downstairs. It's making me really hungry. Yeah, fuck it. Start the next wave. Oh, Sharkin are spawning, okay. I've not been paying attention to the notifications. I guess a shark fella came by and goofed up my sitch. Oh. Oh, I lose. Better luck next time! A Jinn has arrived! Great. Thanks. Well, that didn't go great. I think I'm just not enough of a gamer to beat Moonbase on hard. Says it's given me the ribbons for all of these. Right now you're farming Nessie. That's one of the pets, right? Sorry, number not up enough. Try again when number go up. I feel like I could probably beat this level if I had a better layout. It is a special pet. Ooh. Can you show your pet? It is an easy difficulty fissionable. I also have garbage accessories, but I don't know where to get good accessories for my point of progression. Nessie is easy to get and has double the stats. Well, how do I get Nessie? Lab Assault on hard. Which one is Lab Assault? For accessories. Oh, okay. God. The Tinkerer's Lab is the level, but then the Lab Assault is the challenge, right? Assault. Deeper Well Survival on easy wave 25. Oh, that doesn't sound bad at all. Oh wait, Assault. Wait, Assault Challenge Pack. It must be easy. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Lab Assault. Nessies are fun. Well, let's get a Nessie then. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. Oh wait, no, I goofed. I'm playing campaign mode. No, free me. Survival. Okay. Is there any other fancy recommendations for Deeper Well? Or just is this fine? I'm a noob, I'm sorry. Why did it capitalize the N in noob? Weird. You don't even need hardcore. Would that really change anything? Nessie, no. Start on the highest wave you can. Okay. Oh god, my jump is so short. I got used to Moonbase. Let's see. Nessies have set stats? Oh, okay.
No, you're gonna dig this.
Larry Dog wishes to let me know that tacos exist. Oh shit. Alright, I'm gonna go have some tacos, and then I will... Once you do it once, you can start on wave 23 next time, and it's super fast. Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna go have tacos real quick, and then I will be back, and we will try and get a Nessie. Dwayne will keep you company. Back in a few. Okay, I'm back. Sorry that took a little longer than I expected. Okay, I'm gonna remember to disable Dwayne before I get back into the game. For once in my life. I keep hearing that the cannonball turrets are not particularly good, or at least in comparison to the harpoons. I do just want to try. Let's see. 8 defense units, 7, 6, 4, 3. Well, let's put this bad boy out there. See how this goes. Alright, nothing to it but to do it. Oh god. The bowling balls are going everywhere. Look at that. Just ricocheting up in that doorway. The Oger has arrived. And he's dead. Great. These guys are dropping a ton of mana. Oh. Alright. Mana chests. Oh no! They don't drop as much after the first wave! They're back to vanilla amounts. What a shame. Alright. Let's just get her going again. Can't anticipate that I'm going to have any problems for a bit. These dang dudes are dropping so many blue crystals that the pink ones are getting despawned before I can get to them. Yay! Oh god. Pink! Nope! I want to at least get everything up to level 3. Ouch. Oh goodness, excuse me. So what is everyone else up to this evening? I had some delicious tacos. Chicken tacos, mind. It's gotten to the point where most of our meals around here are chicken. They'll still have, the other two will have, spaghetti and meatballs and that kind of stuff. And they'll still have, beef for that, but I am living the poultry life. Working on emotes. Took another commission. Nice. Hope those are going well. Recently, I have been tangential to a commission wherein my indecisiveness was not causing issues per se, but just like, man, could you make up your mind? It is one of the things that I always worry about when I think about trying to do commission stuff. The bigger problem is just having an idea of a thing to commission, but I do enjoy, like, for as much as the process of commissioning stuff can be difficult for me, I do really enjoy commissioning art, and because then it's just like, you know, giving someone work, which God knows that can be as much of a blessing as anything. But, you know, hopefully if I'm commissioning someone for something, it is within the realm of content that they also appreciate, at least to a certain extent, so I usually try and keep commissions to be something at least a little relevant to that artist's purview. Like, what do they go by with their actual, like, artist handle? Is it Angus Burgers or Paul McIce Tea? They went by Dat Soldier on Tumblr. They've done a lot of... They did a lot of artwork for Payday 2. They currently have an ongoing webcomic called Domostaska, I think is at least vaguely close to how it's pronounced. It's about an 80s mall in post-apocalyptic future. I enjoy the comic a lot, it's cool. But they are really good at nailing the vaporwave aesthetic. And not just like, I'll put some pink and purple filters on it and draw some triangles and bam, there we go. They do have a distinct appreciation for like the origins of the vaporwave aesthetic, like the whole 90s mall aesthetic that I really enjoy. So I've been thinking about if I can save up the cash, one day getting some kind of something for the stream from them, like a hold-on screen or a BRB screen or something like that of Vaporwave Kocha. Because I would like to get some more, like, actual art assets for the stream, as opposed to just trying to find as many creative ways as I can to utilize emotes. Not to imply that I don't appreciate the emotes. I could not thank you enough, Acker, for all that you've done for me. I should try... Now that I look at it, I'm thinking about, like, trying to make an actual side panel design, utilizing the Kaching face. Because right now, like, if I have a 16:9 game going in this layout, then the Kaching face, like, if I could kind of just finagle it a little bit, because right now it's just a little off-center. I got a pet! Sky has been added to your item box. Wow. I got a griffin. But yeah, for as much hemming and hawing and shoulda coulda woulda as I go through on the regular when it comes to creative endeavors, really do need to actually stick with one idea and try and put some more time into it. And Lawyer Dog may have gotten a hold of some kind of visual video editing software suite thingy that's free, and it might actually be good. So if I can get that stuff going... Though part of the problem with getting that stuff going is that one of my bottlenecks of my whole operation over here at the moment is hard drive space. So I need to actually pick myself up a new storage drive for stream VODs and stuff before I can really get that rolling in earnest. Free and good is a nice combo. Can't get better. Yeah, I do want to get around to making highlight videos and stuff like that, because a couple of streams, especially like the Mario Party streams, like making highlights out of those, that's... I feel like the bigger problems with getting those put together would be deciding what content to cut. rather than figuring out what content actually makes it into the highlights. Especially 5. 5 was just such an absolute roller coaster moment to moment. Ah. Did anyone else play Desktop Tower Defense? Desktop TTD? I've been thinking a lot about tower defense games in general, both between this and the idle game that I've been playing. But Desktop TTD was one of those, like, one of those browser games that I just put so much time into. Going through school. It was, like, up there with Motherload for the amount of time that I put into it. God, Motherload ruled. But it was like just a straightforward tower defense game. But it was one of those tower defense games where you kind of build your own layout rather than enemies passing along a specific, like, you know, building your towers along the pathway. It was like your towers kind of built the pathway, because you had, it was just like a big open square with an entrance on the left and top sides, and then exits on the bottom and exits on the bottom and right. And so you would lay out your towers to like feed the enemies. You would build the maze that the enemies are being fed through. And man, that's so much. Eventually, it gotten to a point where I had like figured out just a really good layout, and once I had figured out like a really good way to play, I ended up not getting as creative with my layouts. I didn't enjoy it quite as much after that, but still a great classic tower defense. Oh, whoops. What's the fishbowl floating around? Is it cosmetic? Yes and no. It is a pet, and some pets can do things while you have them out. Like, some pets are combat pets, and they'll actually attack enemies. Some pets are support pets. Like, if you get the Steam version of this game, you get a free set of TF2 themed pets, and so like the heavy will attack nearby enemies, I'm pretty sure, but the engineer will slowly heal any damaged towers nearby. And so I was using the engineer for a long time until I realized that I was in desperate need of a stat stick. And so the fishbowl is just, it doesn't do anything in combat, but it just gives you a bunch of stats. And every time I started playing this game again, I think I had just started using the engineer from start to every time that I've stopped playing the game. Every time I would restart playing this game, like start playing the game again, it would take me so long to get used to the engineer just flying around and just like, because sometimes when you're just going fast, like your pet will go off screen and then pass by the camera, and so I would just get startled by giant engineer appearing and filling my screen. Hacker doing a good job of typing out the lyrics to Stardust Speedway. One tower defense that'll always stick out to you is don't steal my gems. Most of the stuff it did was commonplace now, but at the time it was just a cool game. Yeah. I've always been a fan of tower defense games, but I've always been bad at tower defense games. So usually the most fun I would have when playing a tower defense game would be when I would be like at a friend's house and we would both work on like a layout. So I'd be like, oh, it seems like my friend would build the base layout and I would kind of just point out weaknesses that his layout had. So it'd be like, oh man, you've been letting a lot of flying units through. Why don't you switch this tower out for one that specifically targets flying units and stuff like that. Remember going over to people's houses? Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm living at the moment. Moved in with my buddies. There's not really many folks nearby to visit. I think one of the closest that close friend of mine is St. Louis or something. It's like 3 hours out. I also have family in St. Louis though. Maybe once the whole situation is taken care of, I could do a trip over there. Remember house? Mind you, this cave ain't so bad once you remove the red algae. Oh, wow. The alarm went off at one of the businesses nearby, and the alarm actually got shut off within, like, 30 seconds of it going off. That never happens around here. If an alarm goes off, that is your life for the next, like, 10 to 15 minutes. Today's a good day. Ouch. Alright. Almost have all of our buildings up to 3 stars. Just gonna upgrade these 2 spike barricades. And I can basically just AFK for a bit. I still have to spawn the waves, I guess. Hit it. Slam it. Yeah. Oh man, 3,000 mana added to my bank. Golly gee. Gonna be rich in no time. I feel like I'm still pretty poor by most Dungeon Defenders standards. I think I have like around 100 million mana, something like that. In my bank. Get him. Yeah. Alright, everything is fully upgraded. Yeah. Ain't nothing like a funky beat. I wonder if this is going to make noise if I do this. What's it caught on? The cord for my old microphone is still kind of just hanging out. Trying to remove it. Oh, ooh. Is it free? It's free. Ugh. Need to go through and tidy up my whole situation. At some point. No rush, not like I'm having girls over to impress. Yeah, I don't think Lawyer Dog would say anything about it, other than you have too much stuff. Which is true. What I need to get is, a small little set of drawers, like a side table set of drawers or something like that. Because there's a lot of stuff that's taking up space on my desk that I don't need at all times, but I do want available at all times. Stuff like stomach medicine. I want to have it around, just in case. But it doesn't need to be out and about. You have a bunch of small plastic drawers about. I thought about it. I thought about getting just like a set of those just like cheapo plastic drawers. But I think it would mess with my aesthetic enough that the convenience would not be... The convenience would not outweigh the aesthetics. Especially while I'm still in the honeymoon phase of this new desk. I still think this new desk looks really nice. So I think... there's probably something along the lines of what I'm looking for that I could get off, like, Amazon or something. I always, like, default to thinking about IKEA when it's like, oh, I need furniture, why don't I get something from IKEA? There's no IKEA close enough to where we're at to actually get anything from them. Because it's not worth an hour-and-a-half drive, I'll tell you. Although, I do think IKEA has a product that is basically just what I'm looking for. But, on the other hand, I think... I don't know if it would come in a color or texture or pattern or what have you that would mesh well with my desk. I suppose my aesthetic is not terribly consistent across my room anyways. Got a set of white, just like plain white, very cubey, very straightforward shelves from IKEA. Kind of a hand-me-down from my sister. I've also thought about getting some shelves put up, but the thing I'm scared about when it comes to putting up shelves is every single thing that I have hanging up in my room, I did just a horrible job of putting up. Like, if I were to ever move out of here, I would have to go through and patch up numerous holes. One of them I actually just gave up trying to put up with screws in the spot that I wanted to put it, and I put it up somewhere else, and it's still not properly put up, and over the damage that I left in the wall in the first spot where I was trying to put it up, I just hung something over it. Which is a bad feeling anytime I think about it. I mean, you can't really tell with how it is at the moment. But now that I know that those adhesive-based wall hanger things, like some of them have Velcro on them, but you just you stick one side of them to the thing, and you press it up against the wall, and then you can detach the thing from the wall with Velcro, but they're actually really sturdy. Now that I know that those things actually work, I might try and put up some more stuff. But I suppose the other big problem that I've been having with trying to put stuff up on my wall is that I've been to a lot of conventions, and my favorite thing to get at conventions was always stuff from Artist Alley. So art prints and pins and badges and stuff like that. I always loved getting stuff like that. And so I have probably upwards of $1,000 worth of various art prints. Just in my closet, because I don't want to hang them up without putting them in a frame. But framing stuff is expensive. So I've been at an impasse when it comes to my my interior decorating. At the very least, I want to get the Metal Gear Solid art print that I got signed by David Hayter. I want to get that hung up. I had a Mario poster that was signed by Charles Martinet, but it has gotten pretty damaged, so I don't think I'm going to be able to use it. Which is a bummer! I really enjoyed meeting Charles Martinet. He's a really fun guy. I'm sad that I didn't actually get to meet Steve Bloom. My sister got Steve Bloom to autograph my special edition DVD set of Cowboy Bebop. But she did that without me, because I was busy doing other convention stuff. But meeting Charles Martinet was great, meeting David Hayter was really great. And every now and then I think about how it's kind of weird, like, how in my mind, movie people are just on this whole other level from video game people. So it's like, it in my mind, meeting a person from video games, it just doesn't have the same impact as meeting a person from a movie. But I mean, David Hayter directed several of, or did he direct or did he write? I think he maybe wrote. He was a very important person in some of the X-Men movies. And so it's really weird to think of David Hayter as, like, big important movie man. Because in my head, it's just, oh, David Hayter, it's Solid Snake and Naked Snake. Like, he's just Snake to me. Depending on print size, there are cheaper poster frames, pretty much just plastic with a cardboard backing, but it does allow for hanging. I should look into those. That sounds good. Also, gonna restart my caption roll real quick. Testing, 1, 2. Okay. Alright, so it was easy survival mode to get Nessie, and then the other fella recommended hard mode lab assault to get accessories, I think? So I guess I'll try and work on that next. Now that this is almost complete. And I should be able to do hard mode lab assault with this kind of stat loadout, right? I have no sense of what stats are good for what thing to do. You need a DPS character for lab? Yeah, HatVod. I super do not have that. You're attacking, the computer is defending. Nessie has found its way into your item box. Oh, Giraffe in a Treadmill has been added to your item box. I heard that was a good one. Although I think Nessie may outrank it. I'm not sure. If I proceed to the next level, is it actually going to take me to the next level? Or is it going to take me back to the tavern? Okay. Alright, Nessie! Hey! Nice! Oh, and it attacks. Fancy. Ooh. Oh, right, this didn't have quad tower stats. Oh, wow. That's great. I love Nessie. What a beautiful creature. Alright. How am I going to get a DPS character set up? Could I do so in a way that is interesting to view? It's such a goofball. What other characters do I even have? I have a level 19 Huntress. Yikes. I was setting this monk up to be auras. It looks like someone's modeling homework they made a shitpost video with. Yeah, kinda. But I'm not playing Dungeon Defenders 1 for visual fidelity. So look at those boot textures. It's like, golly gee. I wonder if my tower, if my stats are now good enough to do insane glitter helm. And just have a character out to level up. Maybe. Oh wait, I have a controller. Oh wait, trying to bring that out on the fly didn't work great. Oh wait. Like that. Oh wow, okay. I don't know what I was doing before, but this is way better. Switching characters on the fly. Alright, now we're multi-track drifting, baby. Alright, well, let's give this a try. Do I actually remember the layout that I used for this level? Kinda don't. Oh wait, do I still have the... Oh, I could be big cheats. Big cheat man. Yeah. Okay. So that, like that, like that. Okay. Got it. Goofed up and forgot to get this chest before going over there. Oh wait, this tower should also be kind of facing that way, right? There we go. Pretty sure I remember the rest of this layout. Is that... maybe scoot that forward a little bit. Alright. Am I missing a chest? I am. That one. So then, I think this one goes like that. And then this one over here goes like that. Level up is available. Oh boy. Hopefully gonna get a lot of that.
The music just turns me on.
Alright. Make sure I don't add any more towers here or here. Let's go start picking up some mana before it despawns. I'll just layer them like this. Should be okay. Why you do? I guess I'll close. I don't know why the box was just flailing about like that, but sure was making it difficult to level up.
The music just turns me on.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's 4... 4 of those over there. And then 5 over here. I think... pretty sure it's 4 harpoons over here. God, I'm running out of time. Go, go, go. And then... spike barricade here. Then another tower here, I think? Okay, 165 out of 165. Cool. The positioning may not be perfect, but... ouch! That blue. Wave complete. Nah, I don't think we're gonna level you up. I think we're just gonna let you be now. Bring those up to level 2, and then we'll go ahead and scoot back over here. Try and get everything else to level 1. Oh, look at this pile of mana. Hell yeah. A lot more to actually get everything up to level 1, but we're getting close. Oh, there's probably a pile of mana over at the other choke point as well. This should be fine. Probably don't even need everything up to level 2 quite yet, or level 1 quite yet, but... better safe than sorry. Chest up here again? No. Alright. Let's try and get these bad boys up to level 2, because I'm pretty sure this choke point is where I always lose. Or I used to lose on insane difficulty. Wave complete. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually at any particular risk of not completing this mission. Oh wait, no. That's terribly visually obtrusive. There we go. That's a little better. Split screen to level another character. Yeah. So one of the cool things that Dungeon Defenders Redux included was an emulator in order to set yourself up for utilizing multiple characters with just one input device. So if I hit F2, I'm controlling player 1. If I hit F3, I'm controlling player 2. And so I can just hot swap between them in order to allow me to have a bunch of characters out at the same time. I could have even more characters out at the same time, but I feel like this is visually not great enough as it is. I kind of don't want to clutter things up even more. I'm also just glad that I managed to get this thing to work properly, because when I tried to do it before, because I do have a controller plugged in, it misbehaved a little bit, let's say. It fucked up my controls real bad. Back to one window. Oh, right. You need to get on tab groups, man. I'll tell you. Changed my life. Starting to use tab groups more often. Oh no, Crystal's under attack. You know this build. Yeah. It is a common build. It's just, hey, I know that Glitter Helm is good for leveling up. I'll just level up my Huntress with Glitter Helm real quick. Still don't like it? What's not to like? Other than the fact that it just doesn't work sometimes. Nah, that's probably just me. Do I have everything at level 2? Oh, I don't think I have the northern choke point at level 2. My level of Squire to do it. There are better options, and Squire is not good. You're hurting me, bud. You pain me to say such things. Such things that are probably true if you're gonna follow the meta. But I have mained Squire / Countess since I started playing the game. So it's always, I've always held it close to my heart. Oh, I did get this choke point to level 2. Neat. Should probably go get the eastern checkpoint to level 4, or level 3. Sometimes all the tabs. Yeah. Sometimes you just click open a new tab 500 times over the course of a week. These things just happen sometimes. Which crystal is under attack? Oh, probably just a Drake got through. Yeah. Uno Drake. Wave complete! Woo! It's gonna try and get me to level up my Huntress again. Yep. Oh. Whoa. I don't know if I actually need to go out of my way to level up anything else. Bring these up to level 3, I guess? The piano in this song always makes me think of the Sims 1 music, and that always makes me sad to think about. Because Sims 1 music very much gets my stream muted. And the Sims 1 soundtrack is one of my favorite video game soundtracks of all time. Although, see, I fucking love the hell out of, like, half of the Sims 1 soundtrack. A quarter of the remaining half, I just wouldn't bother to listen to most of the time, and then a quarter of it I actively don't like. Although that is in the I don't like it in the context of just easy listening, I suppose. Now Crystal's under attack? Yeah, I guess I should go hang out over there and keep the drakes off. But I'll tell you, the buy music, that is 100% bangers, for sure. There's been many a day where I'll be working on a project or homework or something, and I would turn on the playlist of the buy music and just leave it on all day. Hey, get off my crystal. I'm calling to arms. You stay away. I still don't know what call to arms does. Is that it? Hey! The Earthshaper has been added to your item box. The Magma Furnace has been added to your item box. I don't actually know how to build a DPS character. Why did I name these items? What? Why did I upgrade these items? It was a different time, I guess. You want to get DPS? Yeah! How do I DPS? Use Monk? Oh no. Is Huntress no longer cool for DPS? Yerk. It's okay. Well, I have a level 70-something monk, I guess. Alright. Could just respec since I don't think I have him geared at all. Monk, Eve, and Jester are all just better. Oh right, Jester! Although you would build a support Jester differently than a DPS Jester, right? So I would still want to have both. Yeah, I have this guy. Oh. I would have liked to have... Oh wait, why are these locked? I feel like I may have had a reason. I guess I could just respec this guy. How would you recommend I spend stat points if I were to make a DPS monk? Yeah. Something stuck in my eye. Uh-huh. Yeah. Let's look at a thing. I had a thing somewhere. Wait, Oh. Oh god, I lost the thing. I lost the thing! I lost the thing. Where'd the thing go? I'm a fool. I guess I could just like slam all his points into hero damage. That seems reasonable. Oh, I do need to get him up to 74 though. There we go. Now I am become strong. Guess we could do another one of these? God, look at the monk's textures. Just really take it in. Just take it all in. The compression. My man is made of JPEGs. You ever just wake up in the morning feeling like a JPEG? That's the monk's entire life.
Here we go.
Oh, hell yeah. This was just in my my Spotify recommendations one day. I was like, God damn, Spotify, you got me. It's called out 100%. Real music.
Stronger too. He's the first member of the DK crew. Donkey Kong is here.
That's all my mana, right? Yeah. Alright, hit it, bucko! Womp, womp, womp. Farming Moonbase is so much fun. Not. See, I know very, very little about the end game, so I don't actually know how bad Moonbase is. I'm also just not good at Moonbase, so it's hard to tell. I mean, I'm not good at the game in general, but... Oh god, I only have 60 seconds left. I've been so slow. Oh no! Oop. There we go. Place 2 lightning aura, light auras, 2 slora aura, 2 strength aura, 2 strength drain, 2 buff beams, 9 lightning towers. Done. Okay, it is lightning aura. Again, it shows how much I know, I suppose. I was pretty sure it was lightning aura, but maybe I was wrong. God forbid I look like an idiot on the internet. So what are you farming Moonbase for, specifically? Like high-level fish or something? Nothing. Okay. Oh god, 6 AM. Hey, you probably should sleep, bud. Your advice is very much recommended. Very much appreciated, though. Where am I missing towers? One tower here, I think. Oh wait, it was just the one tower. Okay, cool. I thought I just like forgot to place an entire portion of my build. Nothing wrong with 6 AM. Poor Teddy. Poor Teddy getting in with the wrong crowd. Westerners. Or North Americans, I suppose it would be. Having lunch right now. You're 6 hours ahead, so that'd be 5 AM? That seems bad. Such as night shift schedules. So are you actually, like, working night shift, or are you just on, like, a on a nocturnal sleep schedule. Fishes are not good later. Oh, huh. Oh yeah, I guess they're like if you are at the end game, there's a lot more better stuff. Oh, you're just nocturnal. Oh. Yeah, because I noticed that you hadn't talked about the job hunt in a bit, so I was surprised if you would actually... I would have been pleasantly surprised, I suppose, if you had gotten yourself a gerb. Need to send out more applications. I mean... You know, I wouldn't feel bad about any lack of progress. It's real rough out there. I mean, the reason why I'm doing this is because I didn't want to continue the job hunt, and because it's rough out there. Although I suppose I did start streaming before the pandemic started. That wasn't necessarily a major contributing factor to my career choice. Depending on how many ogres get stuck, one moon-based run takes you 8 to 9 minutes. Wow, it's fast. So you just farm it because it's, like, is it fast mana, or... Like, are you not farming for anything specific, but you can still get good stuff from it? Lucky enough that you can care about what sort of job you're trying to get rather than a job at all? Yeah. I mean, that is the best part about my current situation, is that I don't have to worry about whether or not I'm going to be able to afford rent and food. It's mostly just like, will I be able to afford upgrades to my stream equipment? And stuff like that. Someday I'm probably going to be obligated to start getting stuff like a webcam and lights for when I get my stupid Persona face rig, wet fucking VTuber bullshit. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with myself. I'm just like existing, bro. Farming Moonbase has no good reason. Well, put furry art on the budget. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier with getting some kind of hold-on screen or stream ending or BRB or some kind of like actual art asset thing, like a full screen art asset from a dude that does vaporwave stuff really well. Oh, whoops, I shouldn't have grabbed that blue gem. I am a fool! Ochakam. I do know at least one person that has experience in putting together the face rig type dealio. I keep trying to think of the not face rig thing, the other big one that gets used. The term live 2D comes to mind, but that might be a porno thing. I don't know. I don't know what anything is. Glad you're in that situation, because a lot of what's out there is private defense work. Ugh. I would imagine that kind of shit is like even doubly awkward with the political climate in your region. I'm not naming any names. At the very least, some job descriptions are nice enough to say they're for missiles. Ugh. Yeah, my aunt was trying to hook me up, get me trained in internet security, network security, that kind of stuff. InfoSec, basically. But... Okay. But aside from the work being horrifically boring for me, she was just like, oh yeah, like, you know, if you end up getting a job with the military, they pay really well, you get great benefits, veteran benefits, and everything like that. And I was like, I don't wanna, though. Because I am entitled millennial child. But, c'est la vie. Although in a roundabout way, I do continue earning most of my income through the government. Thanks again for all the gift subs recently, Dan. Here to build, not to break. Yeah, I get you. I'm well aware of the bad feels that can come from that kind of thing. Especially because there was a while where, like, for basically both me and both of my sisters, my mom was like, you know, you could enlist and just spend some time doing that, you know, just get a couple of years in, and then, you know, you'll reap the benefits for the rest of your life. And it's like, yeah, but I could also not do that. And so I did. I also didn't reap the benefits, so she did get the last laugh on that one. But hey, what are you gonna do, right? I am nonplussed. Or not fussed? That's a term that they use over there, right? I'm not fussed by it. Or not fussed about it. It feels like there was a very similar term in the Newfie dialect that I'm forgetting. I need to study the mug that I have of, oh god. Study the mug that I have of various Newfie phrases and terms. No! Don't hurt my crystal! God. Please don't lose. Please don't lose right now. I'm so close. It'd be so embarrassing. Get out of here. Break off. Are we good? We're good! Yay! The Earthshaper has been added to your item box. Key has been added to your item box. Oh god, my monk didn't even get all level off of that. When did... Thanks, Dan. Yeah, it's a pretty safe bet. Well, I mean, I normally it's not a... It's... Often, you know, it could be Dan, it could be Cult, it could be one of them folks. But Dan has been on a frickin' rampage recently with the gift subs. The man's unstoppable. Like, I kind of feel like most people that I know and show up to my streams and didn't already sub have gotten a gift sub from Dan over the last 2 days. What is juice? Boy, howdy. All these sick references. Ow. Yeah, did he get a XP boost from the shop? He did. Do I want to do another one of these, or do I want to switcheroo? I could do some Spires grinding, I guess. Because that also has a decent enough chance of getting some gear for my Countess. Every now and then I think, like, oh man, I could just zone out and do this for hours. And I remember, oh right, I'm streaming. Huh. Oh wait, this is insane. This is insane mode. I'm a fool! Pow. Alright. Ta-da. It's almost like I forgot how to do this. Doop-da-doop. I was worried that that other mana gem got lost on its way. Alright, I'm gonna guess 20 seconds remaining, just because I goofed up. Oh wait, no. $25 ain't bad. Oh, oops. There we go. Oh right, the other character also needs to accept. I'm a fool! Is that genie gonna die? It didn't. Must be messed up. Show the sharks. I will try and show a shark here. Oh. The ogre was the only thing left alive. I'll show a shark on the next wave. Spent 400 billion mana on upgrading gear. Golly gee. Gets pretty pricey, huh? Oh, level 72. Cool. Accessories eat all your mana. Ah, I see. Oh god, I need to get to the other two chests. Oh god. Oh wow. Got nothing out of those. Wait, how would I do that? Alright, shark has arrived. Let's see if I can find one of the sharks. Oh, no sharks over here. Ah, there was a shark over here, but it died. Oh, the dude died. What a shame. He was a good man. What a rotten way to die. Oh, hell yeah. Now we're talking, baby. Finally, some real music. I'm still kind of surprised by the fact that the OSRS soundtrack is on Spotify. It was a good day when I discovered this fact. Wait, no, shit. I didn't want the blue crystal. It's mana wasted. Oh wait, let's sell this one. Oh, right. That's why I was gonna put these reversed. Oh wait, 22 seconds. Shit. Goodbye, mana. Mana hath been yoked from the level. Oh, well, even if I do get down to that other chest, then I would not be able to acquire anything from it before it got sold. Expert bow. Time for Monkey Ball music. think this area over here is most problematic. It's these fucking goblin copters. Ouch. Ouch. No, shark! Well, there was the shark. I was killed by the shark. Ouch. Well, let's see. Let's see if my defenses can hold their own. So the cool thing about the sharks is that they can move your towers. They can just knock them off to the side and bully them around. They are difficult to deal with. It's still alive? Oh, just random spiders. Alright, let's try and rebuild the situation over here real quick. If I do this like this. Let's try and cover my angles. Okay, then I'll come back for upgrades once I crack open these chests. See if there's any sick loot. Nothing. Let's just try and get all of these towers over here upgraded. So I can have more damage incoming this way. The Sharkin has arrived! Oh, they're there. There's the shark. Shark, more like jerk. Because they're very rude to all my cool towers. I set them up all nice. Boy, howdy. Things gotten real hectic over here. Wait, what? This tower died. How'd this tower die? Oh, well, I lose. Rip in peace! Ah. How much progress to the next level did my monk actually get from that? Probably not much. A bit. I don't know if it's better than Glitter Helm, though. At least Glitter Helm doesn't have any barking sharks. Sharks are cool and all, but I don't want them in my levels. I also don't want genies in my levels. But we can't always have what we want. Whoop. Oh. Thought the game hitched up for a second there. Whoop. There we go. Good old Pokemon anime audio sample. Could spot that sound effect from a mile away. Did I miss any chests around here? Don't think so. It's, what, one tower on this side, and then two over here. Pull the lever, Kronk! When I get a moment, do I approve of the thing you sent to me on Discord? Whoa! Exciting. I'll go check that once I get the rest of my towers set up here. Wrong lever! It's been a long time since I've seen Emperor's New Groove. I should go back and rewatch that. Good old llama face. You know it only through YouTube clips? Oh man! Kuzco is my favorite Disney princess, for sure. I accidentally gave the monk some mana. Whoops. Kronk's shoulder angel and devil are the best. Oh yeah. No, he's got a point. It's just two more towers, right? Yeah. Just need to build the last two harpoons over here, and then I should be good to go check out whatever cool-ass thing Acker has flung my way. When the spinach puffs are insulted, yeah. Oh. That is a sick-ass thing. It's not the kind of sick-ass thing that I anticipated, but yes. It's a sick-ass new rule for the Discord channel. While new rules may not be the most exciting thing, you know, they're good to have. The more I try and actually engage in moderator duties on the channels in which I am a moderator, the more I appreciate well-written rules. Because, boy howdy, some people really love to get by on technicalities. Excuse me, sir, you're the owner. I wasn't talking about my own server. My own server doesn't... My own server has been good about not having a bunch of people fucking misbehaving. Most of the rules infractions thus far have been people posting things in the wrong channel. And as far as problems you can have when moderating a community, that one is, you know, if that's the worst you've got going on, you're in a pretty good spot. This is Lord Phobos, right? Yeah, Zone of Honor. I feel like I should listen to more of Phobos' solo work. In case you are not immediately familiar with who I'm referring to, Lord Phobos is the guitarist for TWRP, my favorite band. And I think almost every single time I have talked about them being my favorite band, at almost the same moment, I don't think I really say it out loud, but I always think to myself, and they're Canadian, hell yeah! And then I remember, oh right, my other favorite band, who got knocked off the top of the chart. Not from any lack of respect. My other favorite band is Rush. And so, I think they're both from Toronto as well, like specifically the Greater Toronto area. But I don't actually know much about any of the individual members of Twerp because they do the hidden identity thing, where, you know, any time where they are forward-facing and engaging in the community, they do so as their band member persona. So, like, Lord Phobos does his solo stuff as Lord Phobos. It is not like he has a different identity for his solo stuff. It's the same person, the same character. There probably exists, like, photos of them without the masks on, but, the lead singer and, the keyboardist, Dr. Sub. He has his own, like, Twitch channel that he does a lot of streams on, and he does the streams as, Dr. Sung. He wears, like, he doesn't go full costume all the time, but even, like, the rest, none of them go full costume all the time. But Dr. Sung, streams with the helmet and mask on. When I had the opportunity to do a meet and greet with them before a concert of theirs, they were still, like, in the masks, except instead of in full costume, they were in the masks, and I think 3 of them were in appropriately color-coded Adidas tracksuits, and I think Dr. Sung was wearing some shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. Because each of their characters has, like, they are color-coded for the most part. So Sung is yellow, Commander Meowch, the bassist, is blue, Lord Phobos is white, and... or, no, not Lord Phobos. Lord Phobos is red, and Hav Hogan, the drummer, is white. And so they are often depicted wearing those colored tracksuits. I also think this is, like, one of the only Twerp is one of the only bands that I can actually nerd out like this about. Like, I know a decent amount of stuff about Rush, but, you know, not an impressive amount by any means. It's just like, hey, did you know that Neil Peart wrote most of their songs? I do. I did know that. Rest in peace, Neil Peart. One of the greatest drummers to ever live. And that happened during AGDQ a few years ago as well, and he had passed away due to cancer, and so because AGDQ is always supporting the Prevent Cancer Foundation, it was just non-stop donations in his honor, which were really touching. I'm still just extremely thankful that I was able to see Rush live in concert before that had happened. Same thing with seeing Dave Brubeck live in concert. I saw Dave Brubeck live in concert less than a year before he passed away. I'm pretty sure it was just natural causes, because dude was like 97. He was in his 90s, like, when I went to see this performance, and he was still fucking unbelievably good. The man could barely walk to the piano, but, like, he was still playing like he never stopped. Because I don't think he ever stopped. That is something they say about jazz musicians. True jazz musicians don't retire, they die. better track record on the longevity than a lot of rock musicians, at least. But golly, that got all kinds of morbid. While I continue just chilling out, grooving, chillaxing, how about AMA? Y'all got any questions? Any other lines of discussion to follow? How's One Piece? Still haven't watched much of it, but G8? G8, because gate, right. G8, I still cannot get over how good G8 looks. I think I've said this before, but it's like I am suddenly just watching another... It's like I'm watching a different show. Like, all of the animations are so much smoother. Like, the background art is just way nicer. It just looks, overall, drastically better than most stuff that was in Skypiea. Not to say that Skypiea looked bad, but it was just it threw me for a loop, because I was vaguely aware that the mini arc immediately after Skypiea was filler. I was like, oh, okay, so I was prepared to just pay half attention to the whole thing, and then I see a moment where oh god. I see a moment where Robin just pulls Usopp behind a tree to get him out of the sight of some Marines. And just that one moment of just like how fluid the motion, like both Usopp and the hands that were pulling him back, it was just like, holy shit, this looks great. So, I do look forward to watching more of that. What's the date? The 5th? I do need to try and get a little bit more of my money's worth, because I think this month is the month that I actually have to start paying for Funimation, because I'd gotten a free month. So I don't want to end up paying for Funimation forever just because I won't get around to actually watching the dang show. Although the dub only goes up to episode 600 and something anyways, so after that I'm probably just going to start watching One Piece. It was what, 659? Something like that. I'm not looking forward to having to go back to the sub. I'll tell you. Luffy's Japanese voice, I really don't like it. Although there are a lot of, whoop, did I lose a mana gem? No, we're good. I mean, even with the dub, there's a lot of moments where it's just like prolonged moment of character screaming. And so many of these characters, when they're screaming, their voice goes so high-pitched. It's like, Chopper, shut up, please. Luffy, shut up, please. And then, you know, the Japanese VA is even higher pitched than the English VA. It's like, oh no, my ears. It's only so much I can withstand. Did I not get any of the chests off to that? Oh, I don't think I've even been down that hallway yet. I thought the voice actor for Eneru, the English voice actor for Eneru, was great. I thought that voice was just so perfect for what that character was. I was worried for a moment there that I wouldn't remember what that character's name was, and it's like, oh god. They all said that character's name so many times during that arc. Right. There were several episodes where it was basically just Luffy yelling that character's name over and over while running up a tree. You know, sometimes they'd cut to different characters and see what was going on with them, and then you cut back to Luffy again, and it's just like, in a row! He was mad, and understandably so. I think Skypiea was like... well, no, Alabasta was also... I was gonna say, like, the longest that Luffy has been in taking shit seriously mode. But no... I don't know. Thinking back on both of them, Luffy enters taking shit seriously mode much earlier than I would think, just because of how long things continue to go after they hit that point. Especially without One Piece to kinda trim some of the chaff here and there. I'm missing one tower somewhere, I think. So I've got those four. I'm pretty sure I set up all the ones in the southwest. There's two more over here. Pretty sure I'm still missing one. Aw, hell yeah, Gates of Hell. Bayonetta is such a good game, but the act of playing Bayonetta is... With a lot of character action games, you know, so much of the appeal is playing through them again. You know, keeping some of your character upgrades, playing on a higher difficulty, and seeing, like, how far you can push your own skill. Just getting better and better at doing sick-ass combos and such. Oh, I was missing a harpoon over here. But I think Bayonetta is one character action game that I don't particularly look forward to playing through again. And there's a couple of reasons behind that. A lot of them due to me just being pretty bad at Bayonetta compared to a lot of other character action games that I've played through. But I think one of the biggest factors is Bayonetta requires the most mashing out of any other character action games that I have played. And, like, playing through Bayonetta, there were many times where I would have to stop playing, not because I was tired or because, you know, I got to a satisfying stopping point or anything like that, but because my hands hurt from mashing the buttons. Character action games are cool, but you never feel like replaying minigames twice. There are plenty of games that I'll want to replay. Like, I think... what was it? Right, so I guess this wasn't a proper second playthrough, but after I had finished The Outer Worlds... Yes, The Outer Worlds, not The Outer Wilds. I hate that those two games came out so close to each other. And were both very good. After I finished my playthrough of The Outer Worlds, I immediately went back through and played through it again. Hiccups. Except, when I played through it again, I decided, what will happen? Like, what ending will I get if I were to kill every single NPC I came across as soon as I came across them? Because there's a lot of, like, you can kill almost every plot-critical NPC in that game. Except for one. And that one is the reason why, if you play through that game and kill every single NPC as soon as you possibly can, you will get the good ending. Like, if you just go on a complete murder rampage throughout the entire course of the game, like no one left standing, you will get the good ending. Because one of the only characters that you cannot kill without, like, one of the only characters that you do not have the opportunity to kill, like, with your own hands, is the character that guides you along the path to the good ending. Because throughout the entire course of the game, he is behind, like, super strong bulletproof glass. Like, you can't get to him. You have no access to physically interact with that character. So, I got a real kick out of that. Just like the concept of if you do a fucking genocide route of The Outer Worlds, you get the good ending. I had thought about going back and playing through that game some more, just because I thought that game was really great. Like, it wasn't exactly New Vegas, but it kind of felt like a spiritual successor to Fallout New Vegas, which is one of my favorite games. And so I was looking forward to going back and playing through it, but I kind of like burned myself out on that first like sprint of just playing it a lot, and I don't think they ever put out any extra content for that game. Like, I don't think they did any content patches. Which, I mean, thinking in the long term, that's probably just because they started working on their next game after they were done with the Outer Worlds. But still kind of a bummer. Would have liked to have some more planets to go through and stuff. More story, maybe. And speaking of Fallout New Vegas, relatively recently, I'm putting the cart before the horse here. A while ago, I wanted to play New Vegas again. I was just like, it's been a while since I played New Vegas. I want to play New Vegas. I want to listen to the Big Mountain radio station forever and ever. And so I reinstalled the game. I installed the patch. I installed the fundamentals of mods, and I could hardly play the game at all because the game was constantly crashing. And I had never, like, that game is typically notorious for being unstable, but I had never had that problem with that game before. Hey, 420 mana, y'all! Lamau! I never had that problem before. So going back through, it was so jarring to me that now, after having uninstalled and reinstalled and used that exact same mod loadout, at least a dozen times in the past, that now it was deciding that, nope, this far no further. You are not allowed to play New Vegas. But in comparison, I, recently, within the last month or two, I went in and started goofing around on my obscenely, in more ways than one, modded Skyrim, and I'll be damned, that fella handled it like a champ. Like, maybe it's just like props to past me for doing so good at fixing mod conflicts and stuff, but it was baffling how stable Skyrim seemed in comparison to my last foray with New Vegas. Ugh. Level up in build phase. Oh, okay. Oh, sweet! I have an extra tower! The extra tower is me! Because if I switch inputs while I have the ranged attack button held, he just keeps doing it. Also, let's get a closer look at this fella's textures. Oh yeah. Oh, look at Krillin with a sword over here. The detail on the face. Is this a video game or is this real life? I can't tell. Wow. The technology of the future, am I right? Okay, there we go. Alright, just needs one more level. Oh god. The monk is so slow. That seems like a good place for him. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit it. I don't want to go around upgrading a bunch more towers. These towers are probably fine. This shot pattern is pretty odd. So it fires 4 rows. 1 row is directly at your cursor, and then there are 2 rows to the left of it, and 1 row to the right. It makes sense based on, like, the camera, right? The spread pattern is pretty straight when you compare it to, like, the positioning of the camera. But it's still odd that 1 row of bullets would go towards the crosshair. It makes sense. All things considered, it makes sense. How long have I been streaming? Been going for over 4 hours? Alright. I think I might call it a night on this stream. This is just one of those streams where I was rambling for just hours. So my jaw is kind of sore. But yeah. Hopefully folks enjoyed this one. You know, it was just a chill stream. Sorry it wasn't Yakuza, but I just figured that I'd relax, just hang out, just goof around. Played some World of Warcraft, played some Dungeon Defenders. I would like to actually do Dungeon Defenders in multiplayer. So we'll see if we can organize something like that on Discord. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a stream thing, it could just be something to do. We'll see. Alright, the song's about to end, so we'll switch to the hold on screen music. Let's see. Thank you guys so much for showing up and hanging out and chilling. Oh wait, no, I've been streaming for like 6 hours. I forgot about the Alt F4 situation. Right, okay. No, now that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot... I was kind of confused as to why my jaw was so sore after only 4 hours, but no, that adds up. Thank you guys so much for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that stuff. big thanks to folks that came in to offer some advice as to how to be less bad at Dungeon Defenders. I don't know how much of this I'll play in the future, but I know I'm just going to be playing it on my own time, because I'm enjoying it a lot. But yeah, today's well, it's just rolled over to Wednesday, right? Yeah, okay, so, plans for the rest of the week. Thursday, multiplayer satisfactory, and Saturday, hopefully, will be, Yakuza 0. At least a little bit of it. Yeah, thanks again to Dan for the 5 gift subs. And thanks again for the 5 gift subs that he tried to sneak in while I was having technical difficulties. I think that's all the notifications. I don't think I missed anyone. So yeah, thanks again for showing up, hanging out, chatting, chilling, etc. And hopefully I'll see you guys again on Thursday for Satisfactory! Woo!